And we're live, mostly. You guys hear me all right? We got sound, hopefully. I'm showing good here, but that doesn't mean anything. Sound, is it on? Can you hear me? Oh shit, that's not good. Alright, there we go. Just wanted to make sure. I'm still working out some of the bugs on all this stuff. Anyway, let's start with the hellos. So, Gerald Stewart was the first one here. Of course, he gets the cookie. Anyway, good to see you, Gerald. I was glad you're here. And let's see. Thomas Moore's Lionel Trains. He was second one in. He gets the half cookie. Thomas, if you're still here, you get the half cookie. Glad to see you. And we have Train Man 1. How you doing, Train Man? Good to see you here. Dundas Junction Model Railroad. James, he's early. So early that he even posted. I'm here, let's go. Race Fan. Hey, how you doing, Race Fan? Good to see you. Plumber 33. Hey, Plumber, how's it going? Good to see you here. Hope you're doing well. Who else we got here? Curly Express. Hey, Dwight, how's it going? Good to see you here, man. Let's see. Hot Dog Pilot Andy. Hey, Andy, how's it going? Let's see here. Still scrolling. Scrolling. Tom Grassi. Hey, Tom, how's it going? Good to see you here. Schuylkill River Valley. Hey, John, how's it going? Good to see you here, too. Dave, BNSF N Scale. How's it going, Dave? Good to see you. And that's all the way down. I think we got it. If I missed anybody, you know the routine. You'll have to find me, then catch me, then smack me in the back of the head. Anyway, we have a lot of stuff to talk about today. We're going to have a rant in a little while. It's going to be a little bit different rant. It'll actually be followed by a video, which will be cool. And I have a couple of short videos for you to watch, too. A lot of weird stuff going on these days. You know, in the train world. A lot of train wrecks in India. They just had a real bad wreck, I guess, 3 months ago. You know, like hundreds dead, thousands injured. Like 50 or 60 train cars all mangled up. Must be the worst train wreck in the history of the world. Hey, them Indians, they got to get their shit together, man. And what is with them in trains? Riding a train over there is very dangerous. More dangerous than driving a car over here. So let's see, what do we got going here? Printers are running as usual. Both are running. I'm still printing stuff for Curtis. C&L lines. Let's see, the one on your left is the floor pan. And the one on the right is the diner interior. That goes for this car right here. That's a diner car. So once that's finished, and I got to make 2 more floor sections, and then we're done with the passenger cars. And then I still got to print out more of the cement cars and the chlorine cars. Now I don't know if I might have showed you guys yesterday, but I kind of finished it. Well, sort of finished it. I still got to paint the. I'm going to keep this one. Oops, let me switch cameras here. There we go. I'm going to keep this one for myself, and I'll build 2 others for Curtis. So I'm going to paint the tanks white. They come out. Cool little tanks there. And these are supposed to hold chlorine. This was a car that was, I think, in 1969 was a popular car. It's on a 40-foot flatbed that's been repurposed to hold the tanks in. You'll see railing all the way around. Pretty slick. See, I'll paint this one up real nice for myself. And then two for Curtis. He'll paint them himself. I'm selling him just the models themselves. He'll finish them out. So we've got that, and of course we got the here. We got the cement tankers. This is on a gondola and has these removable tanks, mostly. Well, they do come out, but they're kind of stuck in there. I redesigned the tank on these to make it look cleaner. Because the first ones I did, put this back over here. The first ones I did were these ones here. They're just kind of sloppy. They don't look good, you know. So I said, I don't like them, so I redid them. Shorter hooks on them. And they look so much nicer, so I'll be making a bunch of these. I've got to make 3 of these cars for Curtis. And I make one for, well, I've got one for myself. I'm going to put new tanks on mine, too. Also, I'll hollowed out the bottom. And you can put a 3/8 nut in there. Will fit perfectly. And that's where your weight comes from. So you take 3 of these, put your nuts in them, put one on each end and one in the middle of the car. You got your perfect 6 ounces or 5 ounces or whatever it's supposed to be. Even the old ones were solid on the bottom. So, little design change there makes all the difference in the world. Excuse me. So, let's see what else we got going. I said I'm printing more. I've got to print more gondolas. And the bottom sections for them, and the top section. This is the top plate where the tanks set in. So we get those going, and of course I've got to build 2 more flat cars for the chlorine loads. That'll be cool. I've also been working on it. You guys are interested in this. Some of you guys, James, have been bugging me to get this done. I'm working on it. This is how far I've gotten so far. I've got the servo in there. I bought new servos. Those linear actuators didn't work out too well. I fried one of them first out, and the second one was so jerky that I didn't like the way it worked. The servo is much smoother. It can handle more, so I had to redesign the whole thing for it. The other thing I got left to do, I got to put the wire. I've got a real thin wire, it's piano wire. Put from here, go up through this hole, and into, there's a hole on the side there you can see. So this will up and down, bring the arm down with it. I've also made improvements in the arm. It's more stable now and built a little better, so it'll take more abuse. The first one was kind of, kind of wonky a little bit, so still working on it. I hope to have something operational. I was hoping to have something operational this week on this show tonight, but I had other things going on. I just couldn't do it. So I should have an operational model next live stream. I'll be able to demonstrate it with my well, this will be the first one. Will be a manual one with the servo controller, and of course that'll be an option for anybody who doesn't want to spend the extra money to have an automatic system. So there'll be 2 versions: the manual system and then the automatic system, which will sense the train coming and raise and lower the way it's supposed to. So just bear with me on that. These things take time. It's new tech, sort of, at least for me anyway. So there's a lot to be done and a lot of testing that needs to be done. So, So I think that covers the 3D stuff. Let's see what else we got going here. Oh, Here's a neat video. It's a short one. You got to really pay attention to it because what it is, this is in India too. It's a passenger train doing 110 kilometers an hour, which is a little more than 68 miles an hour. A guy fell out of the train, the passenger train, at 110 kilometers an hour right on the platform. He goes sliding down, and he doesn't get hurt. He actually lived through it. You guys got to check this out. Let's see if this is the first one here. Not wrong one. No, not that one either. Damn it. This one here. About ready to, you'll see it. There he goes. 68 mile an hour, that sucker slid down the, good thing that floor was kind of slick. If it had been like textured concrete, it would have tore him up. It was pretty funny though, nevertheless. So it only lasts about 30 seconds, but it was neat. Let's see. Shit, you know what? You've got to be kidding me. Son of a bitch. Yeah, this chat locked up on me again. Motherfucker. Alright, let me go back here and see what you guys were talking about. They got a lot of funny stuff too. Damn it. I'm gonna have to reset it, but before I do that, let me get caught up. Oh man, I tell you, I missed a lot. I don't know why that's buffering over there. There we go. Okay. Let's see where we're at here. I missed a lot of chat around. Hey Ray Bertelson, how you doing? Good to see you. Wigwag Workshop, Stephen, good to see you. Mute that out so I don't have feedback. Let's see. Thomas wants to know if I could print a dummy locomotive. If it's a diesel, probably. If it's a steamer, no. I can't do steamers, but I could probably do a diesel, but it won't be anything real fancy, so I'll have to look and see what files are available. I'll get back with you. I'll send you an email when I find something. Might be a while before I get to it, though, because right now it's kind of first come, first serve, and I am extremely busy with a lot of stuff. So you're probably looking a week or two out, maybe, but yeah, I'll do it for you. Let's see. Why are you naked for? Hey, Rob. How's it going, man? Good to see you here. Thanks, Dave. I appreciate that. Ray says, I will use stick-on wheel weights. I get a whole box for $16. That's what I got here. I got them from Harbor Freight. I got a box of them too, but here they are. They're not lead, they're cadmium or something, I don't remember. Zinc. I think they're made out of zinc. Pretty slick. I got a whole box of them for like $9, it wasn't bad. Let's see. Trackside Mike, hey, how's it going, Mike? Good to see you. Alright, listen, I'm gonna have to reset my chat, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a video on. And it'll take a few minutes. It's a short video. This also happened in India. There's no, I don't think there's much. I think there might be some background music, but There's text that you can read to see what's going on. 65 people rented a passenger train car that was just sitting on the track and on the siding, and they messed up and the thing went up in flames. 10 people died. I think several more were injured. It was bad. Anyway, check it out. It's a 4-minute long video. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it here. Okay, I thought it was pretty short. I got my chat reset too. Let's see. Oh yeah, guys, please smash the like button if you would. Yeah, cooking. Actually, they were making tea, hot tea, I guess. They smuggled a propane tank in, one of them 30-pounders. Must have been a leak because I guess when it lit, boom, crazy. I tell you, them Indians, they're crazy people, you know. Now, what are you gonna do? James wants to know, can I print other signal stands? Yes, I can. Tell me what show me what you need. Send me a picture or a description or something, and I'll be more than happy to print it for you. Rob says 65 people in India rented a train car. That's not even half full, mate. That's true. It isn't. Still, it sucks though, man. You know, especially the ones. I'm sure the ones that they burnt to death. That probably wasn't pleasant at all. Georgia Sunbelt. Hey, Anthony, how's it going? No, that doesn't look good. Let's see here. Yeah, it pretty much is, Dave. Like I said, not a good way to die. Well, not that there is a good way, but that's one of the lesser ways to die. Hey, Frank, Steelers fan 820. How's it going, Frank? Good to see you. Ray says, horrible but stupid games get you stupid prizes. Yeah, that's pretty much the size of that one. The things we do for a cup of char. You guys are bad. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'll be more than happy to make you stuff. That'll hold you at least until I get these ones done, right? And Rob says, I don't always drink hot tea, but when I do, I don't do it in a train car in India. Hey, good one, man. I like that. You guys are really bad, but funny. Yes, I have a shirt on. Yay! Had you guys worried for a minute there, didn't I? Yeah, you're probably right, Dave. It probably is. I wouldn't want to go that way. I'd prefer something quick, you know. DWM Trains, Dave, how's it going? Good to see you here. So, anyway, that was the first video. No, those are the two videos that are train related. I'm not ready to do the rant just yet, but soon. So, yeah, I've got an unending thirst today. I don't know why. I bought a headset, wireless ones. I only wear the one. I got two of them, but nice set. You guys that were on my impromptu test yesterday where I was topless saw this, but for those of you who didn't, I paid $19.99 for these in Amazon. They're rechargeable. Nice little setup. They sound great. Yeah, something I kind of really needed to update my little studio here. Rob says, Dave, I can only imagine how awful that would be. I'm sure it's rather quick but complete torture for a minute or two. I don't know how quick it'd be, actually, Rob. I mean, never seen anybody burn to death, but seen representations in the movies. I don't know how accurate they are, but I'm thinking, yeah, maybe 3, 4, 5 minutes before you really die. You know, if you're, I mean, unless you pass out first, then you might be lucky, but. Andy says, I'd rather be in Scotland for burns than I area. Now, maybe the Indians were doing their own version of Burning Man, huh? That was bad. I shouldn't have done that, but couldn't help it. Hey, Crooked Dave, how's it going? Jim's got cows. Of course I got cows. I've always had cows. Joe Raider, Black Rock Central, how's it going, Joe? It's okay, dinner's over, now can type. That's cool. Anthony says, Joe, eat with a fork. You won't get sticky fingers. There you go. Is Chasco in here? I didn't see him. Did he sneak in? I don't see him. Well, he might have snuck in now. Well, if you're here, Chasco, glad you're here. Good to see you. But if you're not, well, somebody goofed up. Dave says, speaking of signals, how's the crossings come along? I was just talking about that. There's Chasco. I had to redesign the whole thing. So I redid the whole base. I'm using a servo now, micro servo or nano servo. I redesigned the arm to make it a little more stout. And it's actually a smoother operation now. So the only thing I got left to do on this is to put the wire in, the piano wire to hook the arm to the solenoid. And for now I'll use the my solenoid or servo tester to work it out. I'll set on automatic so it'll go back and forth. I'll let it run for a few days and see how everything holds up, and then afterwards I'll go ahead and I'll set up the Arduino one for the fully automatic. Like I said, I'm going to be offering both versions when the time comes. I'll have a manual one that you can control with the servo actuator, or you can have it fully automatic when the train comes through to raise and lower. So two versions for, you know, to fit two budgets. So it should work out pretty good. Let's see. Yeah, pretty much, Dave. I'll sell it as a kit. Well, it'll be assembled. You just have to hook a few wires up, and I'll send a diagram with it. It's real simple. A drop-in situation, so you won't have to fool around with the stuff, you know. Like I said, I think I could do the fully automatic one for 50 or less for a pair of them. And the manual ones will probably go for like $10, you know, for the manual one. So it just, like I said, it just depends what you want to do, you know, how automated you want it. But that's the plan. No bearings today, but I made it very smooth. And I made the axle or barrel that the arm rides on bigger. Before it was real tiny, and I thought it was kind of flimsy and didn't look like it would hold up real good. So I think it's 3 millimeters in diameter now, instead of like a ½ millimeter that it was. So, you know, as I said, this will be part of the whole testing phase to see how everything holds up. Obviously, if something goes wrong, I may have to, you know, back to the drawing board. So we'll see. Ray says, "Be right back. Thunderstorm rolling in. Need to roll up the windows on the car." Yeah, you don't want to get you inside of your car wet. Yeah, I know. Like I said, hopefully in the next, conservatively, maybe three months, maybe it should be ready. I'm thinking maybe like right in time for Christmas, perhaps. I'm not sure, but that's what I'm kind of shooting for. I've also been working on your syrup car too. Matter of fact, let me grab it. Still not completely finished, but it's close. I got the upper railings on. I've got the the side end railings on, and got the brake wheel in. I don't know how well you can see that. Kind of hard to see. So the only thing really I've got left to do is some brake hardware underneath, and the ladders on each side, and of course decals. Now I sanded this down. It's pretty smooth. It's not 100% smooth, but it's really close. So I think it's going to look like an older tanker with the gloss. And I'm going to leave it glossy. I'm not going to dull coat it. I mean, you could do that if you wanted to, but well, maybe I will dull. I'm not sure yet. I'll either dull coat it or gloss coat it. It seems like when it's glossier, it's smoother. So we'll see how that works. Big Jim Rob has a question. Are you naked? I'm not naked. Look, I got a shirt on. I got pants on too. Trust me on that one. I completely forgot I didn't have a shirt on yesterday when I did the test. I wasn't thinking. I was kind of in a hurry. I mean, I didn't have a shirt. I didn't have a shirt on all day. You know, because it's kind of hot outside and it's cool in here, but sometimes it's more comfortable not to have a shirt on. But so I said, you know, I should probably do a test to make sure this stuff is going to work. You know, instead of waiting till last minute. So without thinking, I went on. I was like, oh shit, I forgot my shirt. Well, yeah, he didn't see enough to go blind, so I wouldn't worry about it. Not bad. Well, thanks, Derek. I'm getting better at it. I plan on doing more stuff, more oddball cars. And as a matter of fact, if you see something that you know isn't made, like a real car that, you know, if you get a picture of it and they don't actually make one or they're hard to find, I could probably replicate it. And that's what I did with these chlorine cars and the cement canister cars as well. Works out pretty good. So, you know, like I said, I'm getting much better at it. So we'll see. That's not supposed to happen. Why did that disconnect on me? Wonder why. That's weird. Maybe because I'm not actually using it. Now, like I said, there's things still gonna have to work out as we go along. Joe Rader says Anthony storms west and north of me this afternoon. I know the weather's been screwy anyway, and there's a big hurricane out there, Hurricane Lee. It's out in the Atlantic. They're saying it probably won't hit the East Coast, or if it does, it should hit somewhere around New York. So if you're in North, you might want to take a vacation. They claim it's going to be a Category 5 when all's said and done. I don't know. I generally don't take too much of that seriously because, you know, I think it's wishful thinking on their part. You know, if they could have a Category 10, they'd have one. Believe me. You know, look, we got a Category 10. Everybody's gonna die. Yay! You know, this is like these sick motherfuckers that do this shit. You know, drives me nuts. Dave says we finally got a good amount of rain yesterday. Well, that's cool. Rob says very spiffy tank car. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I said it's a syrup car actually. Dave Thurber sent me a picture of one. Actually, it was almost a blueprint, so I measured everything out. I've got all my dimensions correct and everything. So, but I've had to fabricate every part for it on the printer, so I have to design everything because there are no files for it. But it's cool though. Thanks, Derek. Appreciate that. Well, yeah, it's going to be cool. How many of these things you going to want, Dave? You want more than one, or you just want one? Of course, once now that I got the files, I could probably put together very quickly, but I don't know. Anyway, let me know what you think when the time comes. James says, Derek, sorry to say, but only one locomotive followed me home. Did you have to ask the missus if you could keep it? That's true, Rob. Shiny cars do make for good decals. Derek said, James, you'll have to go back and get two. James said, Derek, they didn't have a second one. Okay, well. Derek said, Big Jim, we know, but we have to bust your ball. Of course you do. I'd expect nothing less. Uh-oh. Rob says, a few years ago, the old woman next door bent over weeding plants. I saw the equator. Still haunts me to this day. That's something that you can never unsee either, you know. That's bad. You guys are killing me, man. So Jim, have you watched the YouTube video of I Don't Look at Nate? Yes, I have, actually. That's a funny ass video, man. I can't remember the name of the guy who sings it, but funny as shit. Dave says, try to tuck that memory away, Rob. Hey, some things you just, trust me, they'll stick with you for the rest of your life. There's no way around it, I don't think. Anthony says, need something to blame the climate change on. Yeah, there you go. That's as good a reason as any other, right? Rob, that was the prime meridian. The equator goes the other way. Something you would find in another country, but I can't say where, because I don't want you to get Jim kicked off of YouTube. I don't think you get in trouble for making fun of Asians here. I don't think, anyway, if that was what you were referring to. Was that old joke, you know? Chinese woman, does it go this way instead of that? Can't say I know. Never been with a Chinese woman. Wow. That's funny. Let's see here. Look, it says depends on the deal you make. Yeah, they'll be cheap. They're always cheap. You know me. What's happened to Storm Lee? Well, like I said, it's out there. I believe it's a Category 2 as we speak. I thought that's what they said on the weather report, but it's still way out there. But it's kind of curving toward the north. I mean, at first it was like aimed right at Florida, but the El Nino winds should actually push on it to make it curve north, hopefully. That's what they say it's doing, so I'm not too worried about it. Where I'm at, I mean, yeah, we'd get hit, but not badly. Even if it was a Cat 5 when it hit Florida, if it hit Florida, I'm still, 60 miles in from the coast. So, yeah, I'm going to get the winds and a lot of rain, but we don't have to worry about storm surge. And we're on high ground over here for Florida, so I'm not too worried about it. Until it gets closer and I can make my own determination, I'll just brush it off. Ray says, I'm still trying to get used to the weather here in North Carolina after living on the coast in California for 60 years. Yeah, I'll bet. Well, California's getting hit with hurricanes now too, so I personally think they're manipulated, for lack of a better word. I don't know. They just don't act right. I mean, I've been in Florida for really most of them. I came down here at 10 years old. And I'm 63 now. I'll be 64 next week, actually. And I've seen a lot of hurricanes. We've got hit by a few of them too, Nothing bad. Always came out looking good, but the one thing I noticed, the hurricanes never do loop-de-loops out in the ocean. Now they do. And they generally, if they come out of Africa, which most of them do, they're going to head west. And at some point they're going to head north, But they don't head west, go north, change their mind, go east and then south a couple of times, and then decide to slam into the Florida. And that's what's going on lately, or the possibility of such, and I just think it's a little odd. Hey, Tom Strange and Things. Hey, Tom, how's it going? So, I don't know. It's tough to say. And then, look at this heat. They got the heat bubble out there where you're at, Gerald. Texas and the Midwest is, I guess, literally getting cooked. I don't think that's an accident either. And I don't think it's climate change or any of that crap either. I think it's man-made. Yeah. Can they do it? Well, it's a possibility. I can't say for sure. Nobody can. But they've been talking about this for many years. There's the HAARP device. There's one in Alaska. I think there's 3 or 4 of them around the world. And supposedly they act on the ionosphere and can actually alter the weather. So is it possible? Well, if what they say with HAARP is true, then absolutely. And of course, satellite-based laser systems, or directed energy weapons, if you will, we know they can do things too. So, hard to say. Gerald says they go the same way, Jim. They're just a lot smaller. Could be. Oh, okay. I was thinking something else. I got it. I'm a little slow tonight, but I got it. Well, I guess they are because they said the men are kind of underdeveloped compared to Americans and other nations, so that would make sense. Joe says it has to be vertical, Jim. If it was horizontal, they could not use a sliding board. There you go. Jay, the trains are melting. I wouldn't doubt it. I'm telling you, if anybody could get into some weird topics, it's right here, man. I don't know how it happens. Well, Derek, I don't think it's going to hit Carol. I mean, the East Coast is probably going to get brushed. So you'll get some rains and maybe a little bit of wind. But the latest prediction shows it heading north. Looks like it may be a good 300, 400, 500 miles out off the coast of the United States. So if it stays there and just heads north, they really think it's going to slam into New York. Which, you know, unless you live in New York, it's no loss. You know. And it's possible that's where it's going. Who knows, you know? I don't know. Like I said, it's very weird to me that all this stuff is lately. All right, Chasco just put up the link for NOAA, so if you guys want to check it out, check it out and you'll know what's going on. Thanks for that, Chasco, by the way. Ah, good, perfect fit. Yay! Well, that's more on your end than mine because you gave me good measurements. So, you know, and like I said, I had one here that pretty much worked out the same way. So, that was the second one that I made because the first one made was a little too tight. It was close, but I'm thinking, yeah, he's going to have a tough time getting it in and out. So, I shaved a millimeter off of it, and that took care of it. That's good to hear. Tom says, Jim, now pissed off, this Viper sucks, cannot remove the nozzle from the print head. Are you trying to do it on a cold head? You really got to cook that thing. I'd heat it up, let it get to 230 degrees for a few minutes, and then you should be able to break it loose. Take a pair of channel locks to hold the block, and you wrench your socket to break the nozzle loose. That's the only way you're going to get it off. It's impossible to get them off on a cold block. It just won't happen. But trust me, I've tried. You know what you might want to think about looking too? I don't know if it'll probably adapt to a Viper. I don't know, but another company, it's not Ender, but another company makes a heating block with a quick change nozzle on it. Slick as shit. I don't know what it costs to get that head assembly a nozzle, but you know, if it's going to be a problem, that might be something you want to think about. I don't have a link for it. I'll look for it if you want. I don't know when I get it to you next couple of days, but because I looked at it, I thought that's pretty slick, because I really hate taking the nozzles out of these things. Like I said, the only way you can do it is to bring it right up to 230 degrees, wait a few minutes, and then you got to hold the block and get your wrench on there, and it should pop right out, or unscrew it, as it were. Ray says, yes, hot dog, Andy. So I live far enough inland but still get the end of the storms. Tammy and Ray are only 30 miles away, get it worse. Did they get hit with the Idalia? They must have a little bit, huh? Because didn't it go pretty close to South Carolina? I guess they're alright because they haven't said anything, but yeah, you know, but it doesn't matter where you go. If you live along the coast or on the East Coast, you got to deal with hurricanes. If you live up north, you got to deal with blizzards. If you live in the Midwest, you got tornadoes and earthquakes. You know, if you live out west, you got everything. Earthquakes, tornadoes, mudslides, droughts, flooding, now hurricanes. You know, there's just no. It doesn't matter where you go. There's always something you have to worry about. The good news is over here, we get plenty of warning with a hurricane. And you really have to use your own intuition to decide whether you want to stick around or, you know, get out of Dodge for a while. I mean, I've never left, but I haven't had a reason to. I'm pretty good at predicting what these things are going to do. I mean, when they get close enough and how bad they really are. And like I said, unfortunately the news, they will hype it up. When Irma came through, Irma came straight up the middle of Florida. We were in Naples at the time. You know, my wife was freaking out, man. She's like, we're going to die. I said, we're not going to die. We'll be fine. You know. And I think that was, what, a Cat 4? When it finally hit land. But they were talking 75-foot tidal surge. And I'm going, bullshit. All right. Because the hurricane was in the wrong, the eye was in the wrong place. If the eye would have been off into the Gulf Coast on the left-hand side of Florida, that could have been a possibility. And we probably would have been in a little bit of trouble. I don't think we would have drowned, but it would have been severe water damage to the inside of the house, because we'd have probably got maybe up to 5 feet of water in the house, you know. And I didn't have a boat at that point yet. That's why I went out and bought one, you know, an inflatable boat, a big one, 13-footer. But, so in case that happens again, we could just get in the boat and float away. But we got 6 inches of water for about 15 minutes. As quick as it came in, it went back out. And that big surge never happened. And I knew it would, because they were basically just trying to scare everybody, you know. And I think what they hope for is that you'll leave while the storm's happening, which is the dumbest thing you can do. If you don't leave a day or two before, stay where the hell you're at, because you'll get in trouble if you're on the road. You've got no defense against the hurricane in a car. All right? Hurricanes toss cars around like, you know, like playing cards. They're like a tornado in some respects, you know. So you don't want to be in a car with a Cat 3 or 4 or 5 hurricane right over your butt, because you're going to die. Yeah, take your chances in your house. I mean, if you live in a mobile home or something you know won't survive, you should leave a day or two before it hits anyway. You know, said you got to use your brain on this stuff. But you know, this is, like I said, this is one of the problems I've got with the weather people. They overhype these things, and it's kind of dangerous in a way, because for years they're always, oh, this is going to be the big one, and nothing happens. You know, it's like, well, that was a waste. Remember the boy who cried wolf? It's the same thing. They've been crying wolf while these hurricanes for, the last 20, 30 years. Nothing happens. So finally we're saying, we don't believe this idiot, and that's when the big one does that. Which was Ian, what, last year or 2 years ago? Ian did a lot of damage. I'm glad we got out when we did. But, you know. But that's what I was saying. This is what happens. The people just, they got complacent because they heard the same shit year after year after year. And after a while, just, you know, these guys are full of shit. I'm not buying it. And that's when the big one hits. That's what I say. I got a lot of problems with these weather people. You know, if they'd be more honest, things would be a lot differently. And let's stop again. Son of a bitch. Now this thing's pissing me off. I don't know what's going on with this chat, why it's screwing up so early. I could try restarting it again. Yeah, what the hell. Give me a minute here. I gotta find something different here. I think I might have to start actually going through StreamYard maybe and solve a whole bunch of problems. It's not that difficult to do. I just gotta change a few key settings, and then wait a minute, what the hell did I do wrong? I wish I had an easier way to do this, really. There we go. Reconnect again and see what happens. Hey Nissy, how's it going? Good to see you here. going to go. Yeah, well, I don't know how long it's going to last, but hey, I'll take what I can get, right? Okay, man, this much here. Nissy came in, said hi to Nissy. What chat program are you using? It's called Twidget. And there's bugs in it, and I sent an email to the guy who developed it. He never answered me. And I think he probably just walked away from it, and that's the end of that. So like I said, I don't know of anything else that will work, if there is anything. So like I said, the smart move would be to run OBS through StreamYard and use StreamYard's chat system. Problem solved. Dave says, kind of chilly, may have to set up a portable heater in my bedroom tonight. Hell, where the hell are you at, Alaska? Although it did get down to 70 last night here, believe it or not. It actually did get cool. Andy said still 64 degrees at 10 to midnight. That's pretty cold too. I'll tell you, weather's weird, isn't it? So, let's do the rant. Let's see here, where's the rant? So, the rant this time is going to be a little different. Now, you know, I got a real hard on for people who lie, and this is all about lies. At least I think it is anyway. I'm not alone. But, Jesus Christ, Gerald, 105 over there, man, that's nuts. The Indians just launched a probe that supposedly landed on the moon. Okay? I don't believe it. I don't believe it any more than we landed on the moon. I don't believe we did either. I think the whole thing was faked. There's so many things wrong with how it would have done and why it can't be done from a scientific point of view that it had to be faked. And the fact that we haven't been back there, you know, and a couple of years ago, I think, well, Obama said he wanted to go back to the moon. And he talked to NASA and they said, well, we can't do it. Well, why not? He says, well, you know, we lost all the stuff we had from the Apollo missions. We don't have the blueprints for the rocket anymore, or any of the designs for the lander, or everything is gone. So I'm thinking, let me get this straight. The greatest achievement of mankind, you lost. You know, I don't buy it. I'm sorry. I'm just not buying into it. So I think basically what's happening now is everybody's taking their turns on it. Okay? Now the Chinese supposedly, they're on the far side of the moon. Nobody can prove it because the moon doesn't rotate. So you can't never see it. So they're probably full of shit too. I mean, you know. And there's no picture, well there wouldn't be because, you know, it'd be pitch black on the other side because there's no light there. Not only that, but according to what NASA said back in '69, the temperatures are like 170 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit on the dark side of the moon. I don't think we have electronics that would handle that kind of a weather. Pretty sure we don't. So, especially batteries. Anything that's over there is going to be battery powered. Can't use solar, obviously. No sunlight. So how long do you think even the best lithium batteries are going to last in minus 140 degree weather, or 170 degree weather, in pitch blackness? What, a few hours maybe? So, you know, they're full of shit too, right? So, I just found this video. It's only about 4 or 5 minutes long. And I'm going to play it because it kind of goes over the whole thing with India. And the way and I agree with it 100%. Most of it is CGI, computer-generated imagery. And this guy does ask a lot of questions about that. Why is it right after the launch of the rocket, do we see CGI? Never actual real footage. So yeah, I'm going to play it now. And at least it's about 4 minutes long, so check it out.
Something's there, you know what I'm saying?
Interesting, isn't it? I'm telling you. And every time I watch these things, I automatically pick up the CGI because, you know, I do a lot of green screen work, obviously, on my videos, and my Wise Guy especially. And there's just something about using a green screen or a computer-generated image that stands out if you know what to look for. And every one of these things are CGI, you know. That's why I have so many doubts about a lot of things that we consider real in this world, because I think a lot of stuff is just plain fake. Dave said, nice that the camera was in the right place to catch the land. Yeah. Isn't that convenient? Well, they had the same problem with, with the moon landing in '69. Who got up there first to place the camera so you could see the lander coming down? Ridiculous. Rob wants to know, do Indian astronauts have a red dot on the center of their helmet, or is that Japan? Might be important later to say. The Japanese have the red dot on their flag, but the Indians have the red dot on their foreheads. But I think it's only the women. It has to do with whether they're married or not. I think it's red if they're married, black if they're single. There is, I don't remember which way it goes, but that's what it means, believe it or not. James says the red dot is the ad. Could be, who knows. Oh, antenna, okay. Andy wants to know, so that's where our $2 billion went, that was for rain. Yeah, probably. Dave says they just want all the cheese for themselves. Yeah, the moon made out of cheese. There you go. But this is my whole problem. I mean, I kind of know what they're up to. We think we do. They're trying to pull us away from belief in God. Because, in the Bible it tells us that the earth is a closed system, so to speak. So there's a firmament above and below, which means we're basically inside a ball or a dome. And you can't leave, Even the Jews believe that you can't leave the earth because it's not permitted. And the stars and all that stuff are, it says in the Bible, and I'm trying not to get too religious here, but in the Bible it says the stars are for portents and meanings. So you're supposed to be able to read the stars or something, not like so much in astrology, but I guess there's certain things that coincide with Bible teachings or something like that makes it work. Hey, Mom and Son, train fans. Hey, Tammy and Ray, how's it going? But the basic scientific problems, okay? Now, the reason why we didn't go to the moon, I think, because one, we didn't have enough fuel to get there, okay? Now, according to the experts, there is, in fact, some friction in space. Because remember, originally they said there's no friction. If you set something in motion, it would go on forever. Well, that's not true, according to the latest experts, that there is some form of friction in space. So that means you need a propellant to get the rocket to go 240 million miles, or 240,000 miles, which is a long ways, And then you've got to break orbit once you got to the moon and come back. Well, there's no fuel left to come back with, They claim, I think, they claim that they slingshotted the lunar orbiter to get it back to Earth. But, hit and miss that is. I mean, if you're off by 1 degree, you miss the Earth. Because remember, without propulsion, you have very little steering capability. So there's a lot of reasons why, of course, there's no fuel to get back and forth. That was the biggest problem. Then you got oxygen, all right? Now, it took them 3 days to get to the moon, supposedly, the original astronauts. That's 3 days worth of oxygen in that little tiny capsule. Where did they hide it? And then they were on the moon for what, like 21 hours or something? Where was the oxygen hidden for that? And then, another 3 days back. So they were gone like almost a week. Where did they get the oxygen from? This was before they could produce their own oxygen. Because remember, things were really kind of archaic back then. And those are just the minor points. There's probably 100 other points why they couldn't do this. And I believe we still can't do it. Because if we could, why haven't we? You remember when you were a kid, they said that by 1990 we would have bases on the moon? And rocket travel between the moon and the Earth would be common everyday practice? What the hell happened to that? I guess it went the same way as the flying cars, right? 8-point dot. There you go. Ray says the dots are for push start. The turbine is pull start. There you go. That's bad. Rob says, I don't want to leave the earth, just want a lot of others to leave it. Yeah, you and me both, man. You and me both. So but like I said, I'm so disgusted with this. And I was like, the whole world is that. They had to be in on the NASA thing too, back in '69, because realistically, the whole world was watching. I don't know what they would have seen. I mean, we could have launched something toward the moon and just crashed into the moon and then manufactured the rest here on Earth. I don't know. You know, there's a lot of different theories on how that went down. But it would have been difficult to really fake it for so many, but doesn't mean it couldn't be done. So that's why I said I think they were all in on it, and we probably had something on it. So look, you know, who was the, that was after Kennedy. Who was after Kennedy? I don't remember. Kennedy didn't live long enough to see us get to the moon. But they probably said, yeah, look, you guys in China and Russia now, you got to play along with this, or we're gonna wage war on you or some damn thing. Yeah, we probably blackmailed them to go along with it. Now they're all taking advantage of it. You know, and then there's bullshit that, yeah, it is compact, Gerald, but not that compact. And remember, we didn't have the tech back then that you have today. You know, they had the equivalent of a, what was the first computers? I can't remember now. I had one. The very first computers that were used for personal use. That's what they had. They had 3 of them on board the spacecraft. As a matter of fact, they were using the same ones on the shuttle. You know, and I'm thinking, really? Why don't you update? And they said, well, we can't update because it would cost billions of dollars. I ain't buying that for a minute either. You know. So, you know. And those computers didn't have hard drives because a hard drive wasn't invented yet. So they were basically glorified calculators. You know, and if you ever watched that movie, I don't remember which the name it was, but it was based on the premise that a black woman, a janitor, solved a mathematical equation because otherwise they wouldn't have came back from the moon. If you believe that, I got a bridge I could say really, really cheap up in New York. You know. It's all bullshit, man, I'm telling you. Hey, maybe it'd be cool if it were real, but it isn't. So. James says, I have every newspaper that was produced by our local paper about the Apollo moon landing. I'm sure. Anthony says, second that, Rob. There you go. That's I'd like to see a lot of people leave. Oh, Johnson, okay. I wasn't sure. Thanks, Tom. LBJ. Good thing it wasn't BJL. There said James Waters not surprised me. Well, you know, we all fell into it. I mean, I remember I was in '69, I would have been 10 years old. I remember watching it on TV, you know. I thought it was like the coolest thing ever, you know. Until, you know, a few years later I started thinking, oh, wait a minute, you know. How did we do that? Why did we do it, you know? Yeah, that's what they're saying, that the money was diverted into other things that would not, you know, we would not know about. I mean, how many billions and billions of dollars have we spent on the space program, and we're basically no better off today than we were 50 years ago, you know? Even the shuttle was a joke when you got down to it. I thought the shuttle was cool, but, you know, it was a poor design. And, you know, we lost 2 of them. Supposedly. They say that the Challenger, it did in fact blow up, but there was nobody in it. Because supposedly the astronauts that were in the Challenger, you know, they all died. But if you do some digging on the internet, you'll see that they possibly are alive. Some of them still retain their same names. Some of them change their names, but you can tell it's the same people. I mean, come on, what are the odds here, you know? As I said, you don't know how much of that shit is even remotely true. They said carbon dioxide scrubbers which help stretch the oxygen. Yeah, they might have, but they would have been, like I said, really archaic compared to what we've got today. Today we could produce oxygen and we have scrubbers that actually work. But that was only some of the minor things that, you know, they didn't have shit for computers. I mean, it was a joke. Now you think, all right, so they got to the moon. They made it to the moon somehow. We'll assume that, okay? Now, the pictures of the Earth is the real kicker, I think, all right? You're only 240,000 miles away. The Earth is 24,000 miles in diameter. The moon is a little over 7,000 in diameter. So it's like a basketball and a grapefruit. If you're standing out, and the pictures you see today, supposedly, from the probes that are on the moon that take pictures of the Earth is really big and close up. That's where it technically would be. But in the NASA missions, remember, the Earth looked like the moon that was colored from Earth. And they said that when they were in the space capsule, that they took a piece of paper, black paper, put it over the window with a hole cut in it, turned off everything inside so they could simulate it, you know, from the moon, and took a picture of it, and you saw it was, because the land masses don't line up right. It was part of the Earth, but they were in low Earth orbit, so you know they couldn't take a whole picture. They couldn't take a picture of the whole Earth because they weren't out there far enough. Plus, you got the Van Allen radiation belts. We had prior experience with that on the Gemini missions. I don't remember which Gemini it was, but the astronaut ventured farther than he was actually supposed to. And it turns out he got a lot of radiation poisoning. He died of cancer not long after he came back. You can check all this stuff up. It's all, you know, in the history books if you dig for it. So, you know, and yet even today they're saying, well, you know, they got this new spacecraft, new capsule, that's supposedly shielded somehow. Not like Star Trek shielding, but yeah, I think they estimated it would take 8 foot of solid lead all the way around the capsule to shield you from the radiation in space, from the radiation belts. Well, you'd never get anything like that off the ground. So, how did they fix that? And the fact that they're concerned about it now, but they weren't in '69, how does that, I mean, as I said, they contradict each other at every turn. They just do, you know. Well, yeah, we went to the moon. We didn't have a problem with radiation belts because we didn't know where they were there. But just because you didn't know they were there doesn't mean they weren't, you know. And of course that was a lie anyway, because they did know they were there. So here we are, fast forward 50 years. Well, we can't go back to the moon because, first off, we don't know how to shield the spacecraft from the radiation in space from the radiation belts. Well, how'd you do it before? Well, they weren't there before. Some stupid story. It's all lies, you know. So, and then if you look at the pictures of this video, he said you just saw, they show one picture that's fake, obviously. It shows the Earth as a, it's not quite round, it's kind of bloated in the middle. You know, because what's his face, the black scientist, I can't remember, Tyson. He said, well, the Earth's not really round, it's kind of oblate. But yet, they take a picture from supposedly from the rover, from the lander that's on the moon now, India, and it shows the Earth farther away than it should be, and it's perfectly round. You see the contradictions there? It doesn't add up because they're lying. Jim, your hamster is still squeaking. Really? I hope not. I gotta still work out some bugs on this thing, I suppose. Rob said they could have taken some chia pets along to plants produce oxygen and look cute too. They didn't have the room for it. That's the problem. You ever see the inside of the space capsule? They had 3 guys in there, and they were like this. You know, you didn't get up and walk around or anything because you couldn't. You know. So, yeah. Hey, Andy Mano, how's it going, Andy? Good to see you here. James said I was in grade 10. Well, you're a little older than I am, James. So, yeah. Texas Instruments. There you go. I can't remember the name of the computer. It was a the 86. It was something 86. But then they came out with the 88 after that, and they went to 286, 386, 486, and then they finally got into the Pentiums and so forth. I can't remember. It's been a long time, but they didn't even have larger. They still were using the big floppy disks, the 7-inch floppies. You know, it's just so. All right, so you get to the moon, right? They separate. The lander separates from the other piece there. I can't remember what it's called. The lander lands, okay. The other one's just kind of floating around in orbit there. So it comes time to go. It has to be absolutely precise because remember, they don't have much power in these things. There's a limited amount of fuel in the lander to get, and only a part of the lander comes up. It's got to be right on the money. Your odds of mating up with the I can't remember what the hell that thing's called. the lunar orbiter, whatever I guess it's called. Is the odds are really against you. I mean, they get a perfect match. You're only going to have one shot at this. If you're off by a degree or two, you overshoot your target and you're lost in space and you die. All right? And they did this with basically a Texas Instruments calculator. 8088, that's 8086 machine, that's what it was. And it would come to me eventually. IBM made them. They were pretty archaic. I think they were 1 or 2 megahertz processors. I mean, they're a joke compared to what we have today, you know. How did they do that? I mean, come on, we're just not that good. If you think we are, well, you're kidding yourself, you know. A million things could have went wrong with everything on that mission, and yet it didn't, you know. I'm not buying it. Especially nowadays, they can't even build a car that runs right half the time. And we're going to build a spaceship that does exactly what it's supposed to do? Sure. Yeah, it was a great album, Dark Side of the Moon, by the way. They developed Velcro. Well, yeah, hey, they did make some great stuff that we use here. But, you know, at what cost, though, is also, you know. Tom says the technology they show in the spacecrafts in the Smithsonian don't jive with the technology I saw in aircraft in the same era. I know, that's another weird thing, too, you know. That's what I'm saying. There's too many inconsistencies. So, you know. Anthony says, moon dark side, that's where the alien bases are. Yeah, aliens, my ass. And they're trying to convince us that there's actually life on Mars now. That we may have destroyed the life 50 years ago with a probe. And I'm thinking, yeah, well, it couldn't have been very good life if we wiped it out with a simple probe, right? Yeah, there you go. I heard Jimmy Hoffa's up there. Yeah. That's not really true. Now, the camera they used was like $1 million camera. I can't remember what it was called. They were specialized cameras. That's another problem, too. Now, they've already admitted that there's a fair amount of radiation on the moon. Because, remember, the moon doesn't have an atmosphere or ionosphere or anything. We're protected from outside radiation. All the atmospheres and ionospheres and thermospheres, all that stuff. protects us from radiation from space. You don't have that on the moon. How did they shield those cameras from radiation? Because you know what radiation does with camera film, right? It exposes it. And yet it didn't. You know, and a lot of guys, they don't pick up on that. See, and I'm not trying to brag or anything, but I'm really, really, really good at critical thinking. You know, and you have to be good at critical thinking to look at all this stuff. Yeah, same as when the lander landed on the moon. Remember, Aldrin left his boot print in the sand. Okay, and he only weighed what, like 80 pounds on the moon because they have different atmosphere, or whatever. And you weigh less there. So he left an imprint like this deep in the sand. Okay? But yet, the rocket motor that was underneath the lander didn't disturb the sand at all. It should have created almost a crater underneath of it, which should have actually threw dirt and stuff on the landing pads. They were spotless. How did that happen? And that's well documented. So once again, you know, but see, they would have never thought about any of that stuff. The aliens are on the dark side of the moon because they don't want to see us. Brings down the property values on a lunar surface. There you go. Yeah, actually, he supposedly might be. They say he's in concrete somewhere. In a bridge or a stadium, something like that. I don't know. They did a good job of getting rid of the body. Neil deGrasse Tyson, that's who it was. I couldn't remember his whole name, but he's full of shit, too. You know. And the thing is, nobody's actually seen the entire Earth. We've sent out probes to Venus, to Mars, deep space probes, the two Voyager probes. Why didn't they turn them things around and take a snapshot of the Earth? They didn't, because as it stands now, there are no less than, I believe, 9 different pictures of the Earth, and they're all different from space. How does that work? You know. If they were real, they would all be consistent. But they're not. You know, in one picture, Africa's tiny. Another picture, Africa takes up half the planet. You know, how does that work? It's not growing or shrinking. You know, so. All right, Dave. We'll see you later, man. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. Anthony says we use the shields the alien use on Independence Day. There are no aliens, trust me. Demons maybe, but no aliens. And if there were aliens, why the hell would they waste their time with us? You know? I mean, like a group of geniuses get on an airplane, go to the deepest, darkest area of Africa, and check out an ant pile. Yeah, some red ants or something. We wouldn't be able to figure the ants out because, you know, they're ants. You know, they can't really communicate with us. There's definitely a language difference there if they speak at all. And they would probably be terrified of us, or at least be ready to go to war with us and attack us, just like we would with real aliens. You know, but the thing is, why would anybody or anything travel hundreds or even thousands of light years, if that were even possible, to visit the Earth, accidentally show themselves their spacecraft, and then leave? What would be the point? You know? It doesn't make sense. We have nothing to offer any intelligent species. And they'd have to be way more intelligent than us if they got here to begin with. If they were dumber than us, then they couldn't have gotten here because they probably hadn't even figured out space travel yet. See, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of stuff going on there. 8086. Yeah, see, I knew it was 8086, 8088. I couldn't remember. I'm a little behind in the chat here now. Thanks for that, Tom. Command module, that's what it is. I couldn't remember that. Damn, I'll tell you, I'm losing my mind in my old age. I do remember shit eventually. Lunar module, yeah. Lunar module, command module. Because you had the lander and the module, so. Turbo. Punch cards. No, I think they were beyond punch cards at that point. Although we had computers in school when I was in middle school, actually even in high school, 9th grade, because I learned how to use the punch cards. That's what we did. We graded report cards and stuff with them, you know. Kept real simple records with them. Rob says the Commodore 64 computer had as much computing power as, yeah, probably had more actually. The flag, yeah, that's true. The flag moved, and it shouldn't. There's no wind on the moon, but yet it was waving. You know, they come up with some bullshit on that too. Anthony said, depending on where Mars got proved. No, it wasn't Uranus. Oh man. Andy found it. Walker and Behringer, good movie. I haven't seen that yet. Angle of the dangle. There you go. Hey, EST 45. How you doing? Good to see you here. We're kind of in the middle of a rant, sort of. Well, I guess it's a rant, or maybe a discussion. I don't know. Rob says, if we could go to the moon, Oprah, whatever, he bought half of it. Yeah, probably. Big Jim, that's why they leave. Maybe that's why it's so desolate. Oprah burned it down already. Good one, Tom. I like that one. We tried to give them Dylan in a case of Bud Light. They would have destroyed us if we had done that. I think people are whacked. Let's just put them out of their misery, right? I'm thinking. I don't know. Crazy stuff. Anyway, that's where I am at. I mean, you guys are, you make your own decisions and shit, but I just don't buy any of this crap. I think we're being lied to about literally everything. I really do. The more I sit down and think about things, and I look at, I have a lot of knowledge in a lot of things. I'm not, not an actual genius, I'm close, but I look at things. I understand how things work. I understand how things are supposed to work. And there's physics, and I'm not a physics professor, but I understand enough about physics to know certain things. Like if you blast a rocket motor 3 or 4 foot off the ground, you're going to leave a crater. It's going to blow away the dirt, the loose stuff anyway. And yet it didn't. It was completely untouched. And the lander feet, they were bowl-shaped. They were spotless. Somebody would have had half a brain and threw some sand in there to please make it look good, because it would have been filled up with sand anyway from the rocket motor. But, it didn't happen, so. What are you going to do, right? Rob said the flag looked as if it was wet and put in the wind and flash rose and had ripples in it, but it was still. Well, that's what they did. They actually, because it would have just stayed down, it would have never stood up. So I don't know if they used wires or something in there to make it rigid. But the problem was it was still moving. And, how's the weather down here? Actually pretty decent. It's probably down in the mid-70s by now, I think. Last night it got down to 70 degrees, which wasn't bad. Gerald said, 1972 IBM's latest mainframe was a System 3. He used punch cards. Tom, do you remember DoD 1400 punch cards? Doesn't physics make you poop? Well, it might. I don't know. It all started in Auburn, Massachusetts with the Goddard brothers. That's true. Whatever. The telescopes we launched should have been able to find and show the original moon site and landing gear still there. That's just it. They can't see any of that stuff. Well, there was a picture, I think it was last year or 2 years ago. All you could see was a pixel. Hey, that's where the what the part of the lander we left behind is. And there's the rover that we left. It's just a pixel. There were dots. You couldn't tell what the hell they were. And I'm going, bullshit. We can see a galaxy 10 billion light years away, which once again is bullshit. Yeah, but they'll have us believe that. But you can't see the moon. It's only 240,000 miles away. I don't think so. You know, and that James Webb Telescope, the newest one they sent up. When they first sent that up, and I should have saved the clippings because I know I read it correctly. I even double, triple checked it because I didn't believe it. They said they were going to put it on the outer reaches of the sun. I don't know why, but that's where they were going to put it, and they would get a better view of the cosmos from that point. Well, it turns out it's just outside. It's in our orbit somewhere, apparently. You know, so they lied about that, like they lie about everything. We got the Hubble telescope. Why can't that see shit on the moon? They go, well, it's too close. It would be a big blur. Yeah, okay. It's got a 6-foot lens on it. How much magnification you going to get with a 6-foot lens? You know. And for that matter, if you have a P900 Nikon camera, my wife has one, you could zoom right in on the moon. I don't think you can see anything. If you knew where to look, you might be able to see something. I mean, it really brings it in close, but, you know, and that's just a camera lens. You can't tell me somebody with a decent telescope could not zoom in on the moon and see the stuff we left behind. Not buying it, because it ain't there. Tom said, what was that? Wait a minute, Tom, that was a physics professor on the Delta on that entire. Did you guys hear about that? I just heard this. I don't know if it happened recently. I don't know who it was. But this guy was on the plane. It left Atlanta, Georgia. It was going to Spain, Barcelona. 2 hours into the flight, this guy has a serious diarrhea problem. Okay? Shit's everywhere. Up and down the aisles. I don't know if he was running back and forth. He was trying to get to the bathroom. Couldn't hold it. I don't know, but they had to turn the plane around, get everybody off it, really seriously clean it, and then it got back up in the air. Funny as shit the way I heard the story, but I don't know if it's the same one or not. I don't know if he was a physics professor or not. They didn't say. Tom says, Gerald, my brother-in-law works for IBM in '62. He showed me many tricks, and they did sorting punch cards. I'm sure. I didn't play with him long enough to really learn any good stuff. That's just basic stuff, you know. Rob said, if there was a vehicle on the moon, someone would have found a way to steal it by now. The Russians, man. The Russians. Actually, they can't get there. They just crashed another one. This is like their third crash on the moon. That's the thing. Why are we not seeing all these crashed rockets that didn't quite make it, you know? This isn't saying much about their space agency, is it? The moon buggy. Yeah, that thing was worth something like $50 million. I don't know how. Wasn't much to it. Wasn't even fast, you know. Where did Jim hide the trains? Are they not running? Yeah, they're running real slow. They're on the back end right now. They're coming around now. Yeah, exactly, Derek. Ground-based telescopes here should be able to see it. I said, we can see galaxies and star systems a billion light years away, but we can't see the moon. Bullshit. That's all I got to say. Oh boy, shit. Yes, you did. Yeah, that would be the most embarrassing thing ever. I mean, if that happened to me, I would never fly again. Yeah, it sounds like the same one. They said they had to replace the carpet. Apparently, yeah, the whole aisle. I don't know if he might have been up at the front of the plane and was trying to get to the bathrooms, which or probably wasn't in the back. I don't know. But obviously, he didn't make it. Could you imagine the rest of the passengers in the plane? You would think people would be puking and everything else. You would think. I mean, maybe it was bad, but they just didn't say anything. Yes, it is top. That's a whole lot. Oh man, you guys are killing me here. Oh, remember when the he did too. I remember reading about that. Yeah, I guess he forgot to wear a diaper that day, or maybe it did. It failed on him. I don't know. There's the trains. Oh, Jesus Christ. A little diarrhea goes on. Oh, man. My sides are starting to hurt. Oh, I haven't had a good laugh like this in a long time. Tom says, Jim, the nozzle's heated up and still will not come out. Like it's welded in there. It's probably really stuck in there. I would just crank on it. Worst that can happen is it breaks off the threads and then you have to replace the block. But there's not really much else you can do. I don't know of any other tricks other than, like I said, to heat it up for a few minutes at 230 and it should break loose. Of course, you got to be careful. When you put them on, you should never really tighten them. You should just snug them. I mean, sometimes they tell you to crank out. That's a mistake. Don't do that. I did that once, and I think I did break it off in there. I had a hell of a time getting it out. And that was a big mess. But oh God. I hope you guys aren't laughing as hard as I am. Maybe harder, I don't know. Oh, that's bad. Oh God. That is terrible. Oh Jesus. You can kind of picture that, you know. You really can. I can't anyway. It's not a pleasant picture, but I can still picture it. Oh man. I bet that guy never fly. At least not on that airline anyway anymore. I've had to go to some unusual places too, but I try not to talk about it too much. It's only when you gotta go, you know. Rob says Taco Bell and vanilla don't mix. Probably not. I don't know why they use vanilla. Yeah. Yeah, that's some funny shit. Oh, God. Oh. My chat doesn't show the emojis, but I can see them on the laptop, so funny shit. Was it Biden? No, it wasn't Biden. Although I wouldn't have been surprised if it was. He would make a big mess in Air Force One, but you'd never know about it. They would clean it up quietly, you know. God, you're killing me, man. That passenger had it closer to you. Oh God. Oh shit. Oh man, this fucking hurts. Oh God. That's just wrong, man. man. Oh God. Oh, that was so bad. I still put your thing up there. Where is it? There you go. Oh man. Taco Bell equals hell. Yes, it does. See what you walked into, Dave? That'll earn you on it. Oh God. Yes, it did, Rob. It went real bad, really quick. Oh hell. Oh man. Yeah, man. I tell you, I hurt so bad. My sides hurt. My neck hurts. Jesus. It's worth it though. Oh man. Practically crying. I'm laughing so hard. Ah. Oh man. Oh, that was too much. Can we change the subject, please? Hey. Oh man. That's the best one yet, I think. Oh God. Oh man. Oh. Might thing stop again? Did the pilot deploy the oxygen mask? Maybe. Yeah, damn thing stopped. Did it? Maybe. You know the story, he had a stream a few months ago that was a hoot was about 4 hours on shits and giggles. Yeah, I'll bet. Oh God. Oh, I'm still caught up, okay. Imagine that. Oh God. What's that? Jim, what's yellow local you got running behind you? That's the Millennium County local. That's an SD45, I think. I don't remember, to be honest with you. But that's one I painted myself. I guess you're talking about the one that went around. Must have went around a while back. That's coming back around now, but I have an ES44. I think, yeah, that I painted in the Millennium County livery, and I also have an FA or F7A. It's also painted the same way. I don't know if you can see it. It's right about there, I think, or maybe it's that one. So at the time I was going crazy painting stuff, so the passenger cars up there, my old passenger cars, that I painted those in the Millennium County colors too. I don't use them anymore. I'm probably going to give them up in a contest one of these days. You know, the whole set. I think there's like 5 or 6 of them. Excuse me. Oh yeah, I got something else here I almost forgot about. Now, in this envelope is some stuff. It's 3D printed. They're all the same, but there's a lot of them in there. I think they're like maybe 20 pieces, maybe. I don't remember. I didn't count them. But I'm going to give this away to somebody tonight, completely free of charge. I'll cover the shipping and everything. I'm not going to tell you what it is. It's one of these surprise packages. So, you know, I'm trying to figure out how I could give it away, though. Could do the numbers game, but that would take time. I don't have the damn wheel anymore to spin the wheel, and I have to sign people numbers. So I know what we'll do. We'll do the first one that responds in the chat, and it's like I want the what could I call it? The shit. I'm at a loss for words today. I want the surprise envelope. The first one that says that, not yet, so don't type it in here, but the first one who says that, I'll send you the envelope. How's that sound? So, on your mark. Get set. Do it. Alright. It looks like it's Crooked River and Eastern. No, it's not toilet paper, Andy. Alright, so Dave, I got your address. I'll send this to you. I'll get this out in tomorrow's mail. You'll have it in a few days. I don't know if you can utilize it or not. I printed them. I don't need them. So I'm giving them away. You could probably make use out of them somewhere on your layout, I would think. Alright. Rob, you were second. Sorry, you missed out. Gerald, you were third. You missed out. Train man, you were fourth. I want to go. Yeah. Now, Crooked River and Easton Dave got it. I'll be doing this on occasion because sometimes I'll print stuff and I'll either modify it to do something different or I don't need it for some reason, but it's usable. I won't throw stuff away, so I figured it'll cost me $1 to ship. It's no big deal. So I'll be doing this on occasion on my live streams. Maybe I'll come up with a better way to hand it out. I don't know, but we'll figure that out down the road. But for this time, Dave, congratulations, you get the prize. Oh, you're welcome, man. No, it's not. Rob, you're killing me, man. Oh, that's not a bad idea, though. You know, that'd be good. Well, that'd be like a booby prize, but without the boobs. Oh God. Tom says I'm putting my bid in for the next one. I want it. The good thing is, Tom, anything you want, you're real close, man. You just let me know what you want. I get it for you. No big deal. Anthony says my stream is really lagging. Dave said before I heard the what it took to win. Oh, that sucks. No, it's not a picture of me shirtless either. I wouldn't even send that to my enemies, man, let alone my friends. Last year's fireman's calendar. No, I don't get calendars. I used to get the BNSF calendar every year, and then they stopped sending them to me. I don't know what happened. I haven't got one now for 2 years. Kind of sucks. A movie price would be awesome. That would be funny. There you go. I'm not going there. Just not going to do it. Gerald says my eyes still hurt from last night. What happened last night? Oh. You guys are killing me. Oh. So, we got some time to kill here. It's still early yet. I don't know why, but time seems to be dragging today for some reason. We already pretty much covered the shit story. That was bad. Shirtless. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, shirtless, yeah. Oh, man boobs, yeah, no man boobs. I got them, but I ain't showing them. Sorry. You guys are on your own. I'm sure you got your own, some of y'all do, so, you know. Hey, Rob said, Gerald, did you forget to close your eyes when you fell asleep, too? Oh, man, that's bad. Oh, shit. Oh. Yeah, you'll probably never see that again, trust me. The one time that I forgot to put a shirt on, it will not happen again. Oh, God. So, that was a hell of a rant, wasn't it? That just evolved real quickly, didn't it? I couldn't think of anything else to rant about, though. I mean, the usual stuff is always pissing me off. The mail. Everything's getting delayed lately. Well, Tom Grassi, you know that story because you're going through the same thing. That's really starting to piss me off, too. Well, then I read an article the other day. The Postmaster General, I guess it was, he wrote an article basically informing the rest of the country that the post office will no longer deliver in inclement conditions. So, you know the old song about, the postman will deliver the mail through the dark of night and snow and the slush and the rain, all that crap, I don't know how it goes, but they're not doing that anymore. If it's raining too hard, we're not delivering the mail. If it's snowing, we're not delivering the mail. If it's too hot out, we're not delivering the mail. What a load of shit. And then they got the nerve to jack up the price of stamps. What, 66 cents now? And I hear they're going to raise them again soon. I don't get it. Andy says, hey Jim, you look pretty settled in there. Yeah, I usually am. My second home, actually. That's what the wife says anyway. Oh, I know you were. I expect that. Yeah, it doesn't bother me anyhow. I remember the shed coming out of the property. That wasn't all that long ago. Was it 2 years now? Rain, sleet, and snow. That's it. I couldn't remember. I used to know it, but I don't anymore. But it's bullshit, It's like, yeah, there you go. Yeah, I like this. There's neither rain or snow or shit on a plane will keep the postman from doing his appointed rounds or some shit like that. Oh, Jesus. Well, they don't give free boxes anymore? That's bullshit. I should have grabbed a bunch more before they did that. I used to grab them just to have them in stock. The ones with the shit. What are they called? The flat rate ones. That's one. The flat rate boxes. They don't give them away anymore. That sucks. Tom says Jim just ordered a replacement part from Amazon. Be here Saturday. So you got a whole new heating block for that, did you? I would have. Told you should always have spare parts. I don't have an extra heating block, but I got a lot of other stuff. But I should get one though. I had the last week the filament indicator when it runs out. It failed on the new one. I replaced the one on the old one already because it failed a couple of months ago. When it fails, the machine don't work. It just kept showing that there was no filament, so it wouldn't do anything. So I took it apart, figured out how to fix it, and I put the part aside, the old one aside. I can't find it now. So I said, oh, well, I know what to do. So I took the one off the new machine, took it apart, fixed it. Like I said, there's a tab in there. It's a trigger switch with a metal tab, and the tab gets weak over time, and it doesn't depress the button the way it's supposed to when the filament's through. So you just force it up. So now when you feed the filament through, it automatically pushes the button down. Works the way it's supposed to. Put it back together, stuff through my machine, works great. I still got to find the other one I fixed. Well, I paid like $16 for a replacement, but you don't need to replace them. They can be repaired. I wasn't sure, but like I said, I bought a new one just in case. I didn't know that it had a trigger switch. I figured it had some sort of, like a sensor in there, like a light sensor. Very simple. Yeah, you're right, Anthony. Too many Gen Zs working for the Postal Service. I covered that too not that long ago, that they don't do the civil servants exam. I don't think they do that anymore. If they do, they must have really watered it down, because they got every bonehead working in the post office. You know, even here, I go to get my mail. Informed delivery. I call it uninformed delivery because it mostly is. But I look at it every morning to see what I got coming in the mail. And it shows you all your letters. And if you have packages, it'll tell you what your well, it'll give the tracking number of the packages. So the other day, it was about a week or so ago, I go out there and get the mail, the box is empty. Well, I'm sorry, maybe it's too early. Normally the mail gets here between 11 o'clock in the morning and 2 o'clock in the evening, as a rule. Usually on the earlier end. So I completely forgot. I said, oh shit, I better go check the mail before it got dark, right? So it's like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock out. So there's nothing in there. So I go back and inform delivery showing that the stuff was delivered. Well, no, it wasn't, because it wasn't in the box. So I figured, all right, well, you probably obviously didn't feel like coming here, you know. My mailbox is down at the end of the road, so I'm trying to get it moved in front of my house. It's ridiculous to have to drive almost 1/8 of a mile to get your mail. You know, it's not just me; it's everybody in this area. There's like 8 houses altogether. There's 3 on my street, and I think there's 3 on the other, on Troon, the side road. So you got, I don't know, there's 4 on my street, so there's 7 houses. We all have to walk down the road to get our mail. That's stupid. But anyway, so the next day, all the mail's there from the day before. He just didn't deliver it. And that's happened more than once, you know. It's bullshit. I don't know if it's the end of humanity or not, it could be. Like I said, these people are going to be put in charge one day. Well, we'll all be dead. But our sons and daughters, they're screwed. You know, it's not good. George says, Anthony says, a bunch of purple, green, pink hair and man buns with nose rings at ours. I know, it's scary. And I'm seeing that in a lot of places now. There was a time when you never saw somebody, you weren't allowed to have exposed tattoos, you know, let alone piercings or anything other weird shit. Now it's commonplace, you know. Any store you walk into or place of business, somebody's going to have a nose ring or a nose stud, you know. They're going to have weird colored hair, purple, red, who knows what color, you know, tattooed up, arms and legs. It's like, really? What the hell? Appears that way with all the LGBTQ, RTS, SUVWXYZers. Yeah, you forgot the I. There's an I in there somewhere. I don't know. Some people are all nuts too. Yeah, where was I at the other day? Oh, Walmart. I went to the Walmart in Avon Park. I have to think about that. Took my mother-in-law and my wife over there. We do our once-a-month shopping there because I don't like the one over here in Sebring. Too crowded. So, aside from about a dozen people wearing masks, which is another act of stupidity, you know, there was a bunch of women there. Well, if you want to call them that, they were kind of old and a little on the chunky side. Completely tattooed up. I mean, they had skirts on, or shorts. Both their legs right up to where their shorts stopped. Tattooed, I'm sure it was beyond that too. Both arms completely inked. Some of them had ink around their neck, you know. What the hell? Do these people look in the mirror and think they actually look good? I mean, do they really? They better get their fucking eyes checked. You know, and then their brain afterwards. Andy says, we got migraines. Well, they're almost as bad. They're not all inked up, but no, they're still stupid. Rob says, I love all the neon hair colors. It's a visible IQ test result. Yeah, it kind of is. Yeah. Tom says, Jim Viper hot end assembly, the coil and head and wire with nozzles and cover $18. That's not bad. That's about average. I don't think I'd get one too much cheaper than I mean, I've seen them for 12, but I don't know what you get for 12 bucks, so the 18 seems like a fair deal. Gerald thinks so. You should always have I should get an extra one too, because they said if one of mine go out, and they could, you know, it happens. I'd be dead in the water till I get another one in, and you know, right now I can't afford to have a machine down. So I should probably order one. JT, that yellow diesel does look like an ST45. Can't say if it's an ST45-2 or not. I think it is a -2, believe it or not, if I'm correct. I don't always remember what I've got here. But I'm pretty sure, I know it's an ST45, but I'm pretty sure it's a -2 as well. That was from, I got that from Scale Trains. Tom says, Jim, your street doesn't exist. Google takes you down the next street and you have to well across the track. Well, on the phone it doesn't. On my GPS in the car, it's a standalone TomTom. No pun intended. It does show Shelton Street. And the one that you're seeing, it shows as Shelton, is actually Old Powers Road. And it's just a dirt road anyway, I think. I don't know, I've never been down it, but all the phones, that's where, even my phone, doesn't show Shelton, it shows Old Powers Road. Go figure. So much for GPS, right? Shit, I can't tell you how many times I was refused because I wore my hair too long too. But that was sort of understandable to a point. I had more issues with my beard. I had beard from 13 on. And I started working at 15, real jobs. And there were a couple of jobs I wanted, wouldn't hire me because they said you have to shave. And I'm going, I'm not shaving. Not for minimum wage. And minimum wage back then I think was $2.30 an hour, something like that. It wasn't much. So I'm thinking, no, you pay me good, I might consider it, but you know, especially when you're done. Well, one boss I was at they wanted me as a truck driver to deliver stuff. It was for an electrical warehouse in Naples. My boss, he did hire me actually, because I kind of gave him a bunch of shit over it, but he told me, he said, well, you got the job, but you're going to have to cut your hair and shave your beard. I go, well, I ain't doing either one for minimum wage. I said, look, if you want somebody to do the job and do it right, I'm your guy. I said, besides that, why should I shave my stuff when you're sitting there with a bigger beard than mine and hair half as long as mine? Well, I'm the boss. I said, yeah, well, you should be setting an example, shouldn't you? Son of a bitch hired me. And there wasn't no way I was cutting my hair, shaving my beard off for a minimum wage job. I went up working for 2 years. They would put me on jobs where I was hauling expensive, fragile stuff. Like one time I had to take, it was a $45,000, I think it was $45,000 crystal chandelier. Had to get it from Airport Road in Naples. Tom, you know where that's at. All the way out to Marco Island. Had to get it there in one piece. It was fully assembled. They actually hung it in the roof. It was a cube van. They hung it from the roof and sort of half-ass tied it down. But I had to drive very carefully. I got it there in one piece. Because, you know, but they trusted me to do it. Another time I held a generator up to Marco Island on one of the towers. It was a big diesel setup that they put on the flatbed truck that I usually drove. And that thing was so big and so heavy, I had a split shift because the truck wouldn't move at normal 5 gears. So I had to run it like a 10-speed split shifting and got it. And I had to take my corners at like 5 miles an hour or the truck would have flipped over because they actually hung over the sides. But I got it there in one piece, and I think that thing was like $200,000, $300,000, some shit like that. They trusted me to do it, you know. So, like I said, doesn't matter what I look like as long as I could do the job. Let's see. Yeah, another quick story. I tell you, my first wife and I, we used to go hang out at the mall in Naples, you know, Coastland Mall. just sit there for a few hours every couple of days a week because we were bored. And we would watch people. Because, you know, the people in the mall were almost worse than the people in Walmart. You're about people in Walmart. We're in there one day, and this guy comes strolling through. He's got a piercing in his eyebrow, a ring in his nose, a ring in his bottom lip, and I'm sure it went to his nipple and God knows where else. And he had a chain connecting the whole thing. So I went up to him and said, "Hey, dude, man," I said, "You got a minute?" He said, "Yeah, what you need?" I said, don't get me wrong here. I said, "I just got to ask you a question. Why do you have that set up all the way down like that?" He said, "Well, it's cool." I said, "Well, who told you that?" He said, "Well, you know, everybody does." "Well, they're lying to you, for one." Yeah, I said, "I will bet you any amount of money you want that I will own you in less than 5 seconds." He says, "Well, how do you figure?" I said, "All I got to do is grab that chain and you will do my will, or you'll be a bloody fucking mess all over the place. And probably in a hell of a lot of pain, because one good tuck and all that shit's coming out." And he looked at me, he says, "You know," I mean, the guy was really cool by it, because he probably should, you know, I was kind of worried he might want to kick my ass. Like I said, he would have been an easy target. He says, "You know, I never thought about that." I says, "Well," I said, "you know, just had to bring it to your attention." I says, "Honestly, though, you do not look cool." Okay. You just don't. You look stupid. And you put yourself at a big disadvantage like that, you know. Then there was another time I went in there, and this guy walks through. He had metal spikes in his head, 5 of them. Now you have to have the bases surgically implanted in your skull. All right? And you screw the things on. The spikes were about maybe 4 inches long. And I said, "Dude, you got a minute?" He says, "Yeah, what's that?" I said, "What happens if you wrap one of those things?" He said, "Pretty so man." He says, "It's like somebody stabbing you in the head." I said, "Well, why'd you do it?" "Well, it's cool, man." I said, "No, it's not. It's stupid." And I said, "All I gotta do is grab that motherfucker and I own you." "Well, yeah, but you wouldn't do that." I said, "Well, I wouldn't, but how do you know that I would?" You know. I said, "Some other asshole decides I want to screw with this idiot. I'm going to go grab that metal bar in his head and yank on it. If he yanks hard enough, you're going to be a bloody mess. You know, you'll rip it right ahead of your skull. You know." "Oh, man, I never thought about that." You know. I want to know who's telling these people that that looks cool. It doesn't. So, yeah, you're right, Stuart. I said, you own people like that if you want to, and they don't seem to grasp that idea, you know. That's a door knocker. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I heard that, Dave. New York City mayor, the black guy there, I can't remember his name, is throwing a fit over the illegals, even though he campaigned that the sanctuary city mayor wanted to increase it. I guess Texas is giving him his wish. Well, they don't know what to do with them. And I guess they've been parking in front of, like, expensive theaters and restaurants. The illegals just literally, you know, like San Francisco, just sleeping right on the sidewalks. Bad for business. You know, they should just round them up and throw them the hell out. You know, the thing is, all you got to do to get rid of them is simply tell them, the president, I mean, he won't do it because he's an idiot, but if I were the president, I'd get up on national TV and say, here's the deal. I'm going to give everybody a week to get the hell out of the United States that don't belong here. You're not getting any money. You're not getting any food. Your kids will not be accepted in the schools. If you get sick, you won't be accepted in the hospital or doctors. You will get nothing. You can't work. You can't own a car here. If you have property, we will seize it and keep it and not compensate you for it because you're here illegally. So your smartest move is to turn around and head south. All right, give you a week to get out. And I guarantee you, 99% of them are going to leave. The only reason they come here is for the free shit. We give them free food. We give them free housing or discounted housing at the very least. We give them help with electricity. And I mean, we literally give them a bunch of stuff for free. You know, put the shoe on the other foot. If Mexico advertised tomorrow, we're going to start giving free stuff to anybody who comes over here, what do you think would happen to most Americans? We'd all be going to Mexico for the free shit, you know. That's all you got to do. Stop the free stuff. They won't come here. There's no reason for them to come here. And if they do, shoot them. You know. It's ridiculous. Tom says all the followers are wearing masks now since the idiot started wearing his because his wife has a cold. Yeah, Jill's got COVID. And she probably does just have a cold. And she's got all her shots and boosters and everything else. Well, so is he, and he's gotten COVID twice. A lot of good those shots did him, huh? I'm not wearing them. I don't care. I'm just not going to do it. Not even a doctor's. Not from here on in. I'm done with it. You know what? I'm not wearing a mask. They don't do anything. It's stupid. It's actually harmful to my health. You know? We're humans. We're not designed to breathe through clothing. You know, or material of any sort. We're supposed to not be covered up. I'm not playing that shit. Not damn sure I ain't getting no vaccine either. They can shove their vaccines you know where. You know. You give me a vaccine, I'll give you a different kind of shot. You won't like yours. Briefly. There he says, my last mailman had a mohawk and a bunch of tattoos, and I said, hi, how are you? And he told me he was really sore and pulled up his shirt to show me a huge fucking tattoo on his whole chest. I had an Indian friend like that, man. He, a long time ago, Jesse, he was half Indian, half Mexican. I think he was half Cherokee. Nice guy, you know. But he got this idea he wanted to have an actual native Indian scene on his chest. He had to go back, I think, 5 times because they had to do it. And, you know, his whole chest, I mean. And I remember the first time he got some of it done, he came to show me, pulled off the cover. He said, man, he says, you would not believe how sore I am. And I said, why the fuck would you do that to yourself? He said, but it looks good. And I said, well, yeah, it looks pretty good. I mean, it's like artwork on your chest. I mean, it really did. It was like a mural. It was beautiful. You know, had a wolf, a Native American, a teepee, some horses. Beautiful job the guy did on it, but man, I don't know what he paid for it. I know he paid a fortune, even back then. And went through a lot of pain and suffering until it healed up. Yeah, I don't think so. Dave says, I swear everyone has bull rings in their nose. I know. Why? All you do is grab that sucker and you own them. You know, I dare anybody to screw with me. If you have a piercing, you're not going to be fighting me, trust me. You'll be begging for mercy. You know, because that's the first thing I'm going for. I have no problem with fighting dirty. I fight to win, you know. It doesn't matter how you do it. You know, because I can't really fight anymore anyway. So I'm going to go for the weakest point. Or even the ears, you know. And these guys that put these big things in their earlobes, you know, all you got to do is pop it out, stick your finger in their earlobe and pull. And trust me, they will do your will. I just don't get it. And it doesn't look good. I mean, look, I realize, you know, in my day, most of you guys say boat, we had wear long hair, we had our bell-bottom pants on, you know. And, I don't know, they had more stylish shirts on. They didn't really have t-shirts too much. Everybody wore a men's blouse, basically, is what it was. You know. But most of the people I knew, I mean, there was a few, but most of the people I knew were very clean. They kept their hair clean and well-mannered. Anybody that had beards weren't scraggly. They were well kept. Clean clothes. We all looked good. They were just didn't look the same as our parents did. That was a little weird, but hey, nothing like what they're doing now. You know, there was no way I would have thought about sticking rings in my nose or my lips or eyebrows or even weirder places. It ain't gonna happen. You know, that's just crazy. Derek says, Tom, I moved out when I was 16 because my father wanted my hair cut and said, as long as you live in my house, you have to follow my rules. So I moved out. Yeah, I hear you. I would have done the same. I mean, I did leave at 15, but I left for different reasons. My dad my mother and father, they just split up, and my dad went off the deep end. He was just not in a good place, and he wasn't taking care of me because I stayed with him. Figured I made the right choice because if I want my mother, who knows what I would have turned into. But I had to get a job to support. I had to feed myself. Had to buy my own clothes. I just thought, why am I even here? So it was a different time back in those days. I lied about my age because I had this. I could pass for 18, even though I was only 15. I rented a place a few streets over, a little apartment. I had my car. It was an old beater, but still got me back and forth. I bought my food, my clothes, had a phone, I was doing okay for myself, So, I mean, eventually, me and my dad, we got close after. He needed to sort through his problems. And after he did, we became, good father and son or best friends or whatever. But at that point in time, he was just not. I said he was in a bad place, and I didn't want to be there either. So I left. They're coming everywhere, Dave. Yes, they are. Andy said, my first job was at a grocery store clerk at $3.50 an hour. Well, you're a little younger than I am. I said, when I started working, I worked at a truck stop called Horn's Restaurant. I don't think there's any around anymore. Maybe there's one up in North Florida. But they were everywhere at the time. That was like the southern version of McDonald's, it was a rundown. They said it was a truck stop, And I was washing dishes there for $2 an hour. That was minimum wage at the time. And I tell you, I was doing better financially at $2 an hour than I was a year later at $10 an hour. Go figure, right? But that's the way it was. True, Andy, got to secure that border. I'm glad these lib cities are feeling it too. Why should it be okay only for border states? Well, absolutely. And I think that was the plan all along with, Texas and Arizona and Florida. Because DeSantis has been shipping them up to Martha's Vineyard and shit, right? And the Obamas didn't seem to see the humor in that. I think he sent 2 busloads of them up there. They were shitting themselves. We got to get these people out of here. We can't have them here. Yeah, a bunch of hypocrites they are. Rob says, Tom Train saying, I didn't even have any hair until 67. 67 years old, 1967. Well, I'm of Italian descent, so we tend to grow hair early in life. Like you said, I started shaving at 13 years old. I had to, And then by the time I turned, then it was, about 15. I just said, I'm tired of shaving. I'm just going to grow out. And I had a full beard for many, many years. And then I go back and forth. I'll go with the goatee for a while, then I'll do the full beard. And then go back to I'll switch off every now and then. So, And he says, Sutton, Massachusetts, we got Haitians. How lucky you. We got a ton of them here. Well, not here in Sebring, but in Naples we had a lot of them. Damn bunch of thieves, most of them, too. I'm not saying that to be mean or racist. It's the truth. You ever having a garage sale? A dozen of them would come in the same car, or half a dozen at least. One would distract you while the other ones are lining up. Swear to God. Last time I sat down in Naples, I strapped the 45 on, in my shoulder ring. And just sat there minding my own business, and they kept giving me weird looks. I said, what's that for? Well, in case anybody steals, I'm just going to shoot them. But them fuckers cleared out of there so fast it wasn't funny. If they weren't guilty of something, they wouldn't have left, so you knew what they were planning on doing, I didn't care. Yeah, I heard that, Tom. He wants to send them to, I think, what did they say, Atlantic City Airport or something like that? Of course he's going to try and throw them out of New York and throw them to Jersey, Jersey's the fucking, the garbage dump of that area. I mean, as far as New York is concerned, just the way it is. If they made me president, I'd be assassinated within 2 weeks. I'd get some shit done before then, though, and I would do the job. That's the whole thing. I'm not afraid, But you think that the Democrats are a problem with Trump? They ain't seen shit because I'm a lot worse than Trump. He may have more money than I do, but I think I'm a touch bit smarter than he is, and he's a smart guy. But I would see there's a lot of people don't realize this, but there is a a law, I don't remember the law exactly, but you can look it up, that allows the president to suspend both houses, Congress and the Senate, for I think something like 180 days for any kind of national emergency. It would basically make him a dictator for those 180 days or 6 months. But we really need that because Congress and the Senate are never going to agree on anything. Anything that's good for the people, they don't want to hear about. They're only interested in lining their pockets, and that's the problem. So if you can shut them down for a few months, start throwing out some executive orders, not good ones, not stupid ones, but certain things like the illegals, close the borders, round up everybody, give them a week to get out. If you don't get out, you will be captured, you'll be put in prison, where you will do hard labor for the rest of your lives. If they think you're serious, which you'd almost have to be, trust me, they're going to leave. Nobody wants to go there, But we treat them like they're juveniles. They kill somebody, slap on the wrist, send them back to Mexico or wherever they came from. Bullshit. Kill them. You take a life, you lose your life. Period. Well, it's self-defense, And there's a lot of things that I would fix real quick. Any one of us would. This is nothing. I'm not really any smarter than any of you guys are, But we're never going to get in there to make these changes. Unfortunately, they got jackass. I mean, Trump is the best thing we got right now. But even then, how far is he really willing to go to fix things? I hope he'll go all the way, but I have my doubts a little bit, Rob says Illinois wants to make illegals cops. Oh, of course, why not, They tried that with the blacks. That didn't work either. Well, the problem with the blacks is they don't like the whites, and the whites abuse them, so we'll just hire a bunch of black cops and keep the peace. It didn't change nothing. Because the blacks that are causing the problems there are going to cause the problems regardless of who the cops are. It doesn't mean all blacks are bad, but unfortunately, a lot of blacks in New York City, Chicago, L.A., along with the Mexicans, and some of the whites too, the gangs. We should not tolerate gangs in this country. You see a gang member, shoot him on the spot, take him out. End the subject. You want to be a gang? Head south. You do it down in Mexico and below that. You can't be a gang here. We won't tolerate it. If you get rid of the gangs in Chicago, you will get rid of 99% of the shootings every weekend. Because that's who's doing it. There's not a gun problem in this country. There's a gang problem in this country. But they don't want to face up to it because, because it's the blacks, mostly, You got the Crips and the Bloods, and there's a few other gangs up there. They're all black, unfortunately, but if they're criminals, then they're criminals. Look, if they were all white, I'd still say the same thing. Just kill them. I don't give a damn what color you are. If you're committing crimes, if you're a problem for the American people, you need to go away. Either in a hole in the ground or across the border. Your choice. It's not rocket science. Derek said, did anyone give you a new iPhone? Who, me? I won't have an iPhone. I hate iPhones. I got my Android phone, which I hate that too, but it's slightly better than an iPhone. The best defensive weapon to carry now is a pair of needle-nose pliers. Yeah, it is, for grabbing them little rings. I caught COVID. Both me and my wife, my present wife, did back in around November of 2019, right before they discovered what it was. We thought we had the flu. Well, I've had the flu before. I don't get it often, but I do get it like every 5 years or so. I get it. I take care of myself. I drink lots of fluids. I take some vitamins and stuff. And in a week to 10 days, it's gone and life goes on. Well, that's I had it, I think, for 10 days. Both me and the wife did. We never went to a doctor. Damn sure never went to the hospital. And we were fine. And I got all the comorbidities. Hell, I'm fat. I got heart disease. I got diabetes. You know, I had a previous stroke. According to them, I should have been dead right off the bat. But yet, here I am. So, you know. Andy says, Michelob Ultra. I used to do that when I was young. I got sick, I get drunk. I just drank regular Michelob most of the time, but hey, it works, you know. Alcohol cleans out your system. Nothing survives that. And that's the way I thought anyway. Seemed to work. Tom says, when my grandparents came here from Italy as immigrants, they did not get anything for free. My grandfathers both work. Well, yeah, my grandparents the same way on both sides. My grandparents on my dad's side were from Italy. They came over in 1904 or something like that. My dad was born here along with his 11 brothers and sisters. The same thing. They learned just enough English on the boat over here so that they could tell the authorities their name and, you know, figure out what to do. And that's what they had to do. They had a job. I think my dad said my grandfather had something like 50 cents on him when he came over. His dad, you know. Now, my mother's parents, they came over from Hungary, so I'm half Hungarian. Well, actually, I'm still more Italian because my grandmother was Hungarian, but my grandfather was Italian. Go figure, right? So I kind of leave out the Hungarian part. But either way, but same deal. They came over here. They got jobs. They worked their asses off to build something. And they became Americans. They learned the language. My dad used to tell me, he said, when we were growing up, we weren't allowed to speak Italian outside the house. We had to speak English, you know. It was considered rude and completely socially unacceptable to speak Italian outside of the house. You know. You don't see that today. And I think it's bullshit, to be honest with you. Perhaps the Gerald Stewart, don't say that too loud. They will try and ban those next. The salt pliers. Yeah, there you go. Oh, you guys hear about the latest one? That our glorious president, our leader, wants to limit beer drinking to 2 cans of beer a week? Did you hear that? I'm telling you, I don't know how they're going to pull that one. I mean, it can't really, but... And he said, my grandfather came here legally fleeing Hitler from Lithuania. That's cool. Like I said, most of the people did come here legally. And, you know, well, I mean, the Italians, the WAPs, okay? If you were a WAP, what WAP meant was without papers, that you came here illegally. And that's what the WAP stand for, without papers. I didn't know that until later on in life, but even then, they still came here. They learned the language, they obeyed the laws, they learned our customs, and they became Americans eventually. You know, they had to work for it. But you're not seeing that today. You're seeing, and it's not just the Mexicans, it's everybody who comes here that's not European, you know. Africans, South Americans, even Muslims, everybody's coming over here. They expect us to bend over and kiss their asses, you know. Well, I don't like the food you serve. You got to serve our food. No, we don't got to do shit. You know. I don't have to speak your language either. If you want to talk to me, you best learn English, you know. Not because I'm racist, not because I hate anybody, because I can't speak another language. And I'm too damn old to learn. You know. So, I mean, look, if I go someplace else, I don't expect anybody to speak English. I know a lot of them do. But I would expect that I would have to learn some limited language wherever I'm at, whether it be France or Germany or Mexico, it doesn't matter where. I would expect that most people would probably ignore me or rip me off if I didn't speak the language to some degree. And that happens here too. You know, I mean, I see Mexicans get ripped off a lot because they can't speak English, you know. And they say they mutter out something like, well, how much do I owe you? Oh, $1,000. Is that a lot of money? No, not really. That's a good deal for you. And it was a $50 job. I've seen it firsthand, up close. I really have. I wouldn't do it. But, you know. Tom says they gave me antibiotics for a higher temp. Called it COVID. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was all bullshit. It basically, I think it was just a basic flu that they probably messed with a little bit. But if you took decent care of yourself, and if the regular seasonal flu didn't kill you, COVID wouldn't either. And remember, COVID didn't really kill anybody. The hospitals and the doctors did, you know. So they shoved that tube down your throat. That was it. You're done. And if that didn't get you, the drug they gave you, that I can't remember the name of it now, but it would wipe out your kidneys and you'd die from that. You know, and the doctors knew it. They didn't care because they were getting paid whether you lived or died, which is also bullshit. Andy was born in '66. Yeah, you're a little younger than me. I was born in '59. I'll be 64 on the 13th of this month, about a week away. I'm expecting some present, people. I'm kidding. It would be nice, though, you know. Trains specifically. Grandpa says, my first job, well, I did newspapers too. I was younger at the time. I think I was around 10. We had paper routes back then. It didn't pay much. I think it made like $5 or $6 a week. My route was 2 or 3 streets, 95th, 96th, and 97th. You know, it was an after school thing. It wasn't bad. Toughest part of the job was collecting, because they had us collect money that was owed for the subscriptions. And some of them people were all assholes. Hey, can you come back next week? I don't have any money. You don't have $3.25 for a month, you know, or whatever it was. I think back then the newspaper was 10 cents on a daily and 25 cents for the Sunday edition. A lot more now, but, you know. But I had a few, though, that, you know, I really, you know, say, look, you need to pay me or I'm not going to deliver your paper anymore. Well, you can't do it. Yes, I can. You know. I says, I'm not paying for your subscription. You got to pay for it. If you don't pay me, they're going to make me pay for it, so I'm giving you a newspaper. I usually did the trick. JD says, send them all to Comedy Formula. There you go. We should send them all over there, all the libtards and everything. Build a damn fence or a wall all the way down the country from Oregon down and let them have it. See how long they last. We could have bets on it, right? Tom says, one of my jobs was less than $1 an hour. They paid by the day to get past the minimum wage. I was in an amusement park in '68. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I imagine there were places that did that. But, you know, money's money, right? And even though it wasn't much, it was better than nothing. Still kind of sucked, but hey, what are you going to do? Tom says, my hair wasn't even long in '67. It was on my ears. Yeah, well, that was considered long hair, you know. Had to be clean cut. Nothing above the, everything had to be above the ears, and couldn't have anything hanging in the back. Different time. JD says, I didn't have long hair until 71. When did I get mine? I think mine was like 73, 74. Somewhere around there, not sure. Been a long time ago, man. I mean, I wasn't allowed to have long hair when my parents were together. My mother wouldn't put up with that shit. You know, you're getting your hair cut now, goddammit. You know, she cussed about everything, man. And you wonder where I get my language from. You know, her favorite word was fuck. Every word out of her mouth was fuck this, fuck that, fuck you, fuck everything. No wonder I picked it up, you know. And he said, free rooms with AC and lunch and supper. There you go. Hey, Waycross Train Spotter. Thomas, how you doing? He says, hi, Jim and everyone. I don't know why I'm losing watch hours from my CSX videos. Probably YouTube. I don't know. They're screwing everybody over. You need to ask Tom about that from Tom's Trains and Things. He knows more about it than I do. All my stuff seems to be staying. I know every now and then I'll lose a subscriber, but then I'll gain them back a few weeks later. You know. I don't know if people just change their mind or what. And he says they're bitching for breakfast. Tom says Waycross people are clicking through your video, only watching for a second. That could be too, yeah, if they don't watch the whole thing. You know. I don't really know how you fix that. Make them shorter, maybe. Hey, that's why the shorts really help you out so much, because, you know, the problem with people today, they don't have attention span more than 30 seconds. You know, anything longer than 30 seconds, like, I can't watch it anymore. You know. So it seems. I don't have that issue, but I guess some people do. Eddie says now they're showing up at our schools, and of course they didn't even when I was in school. You know. And they wanted us, they put me in a Spanish speaking class. And I was, let's see, it was right before I quit. I was 16, no, I was 15. Because I quit when I was 15. I just started 10th grade. And they put me in a Spanish class, and I said, I don't want to be here. And they said, well, you don't have a choice. I said, oh, I have all kinds of choices. I said, I want you to transfer me to anything other than Spanish. I don't want to learn Spanish. I'm Italian. Because even if I wanted to learn a language, which I don't, I would want to learn my native language, you know, Italian. But why would I want to learn Spanish? You know, I said, I don't care. And for the Mexicans that come here, they need to learn English. Why aren't you forcing them into English-speaking class? We don't have one of those. Why not? You know? You have a Spanish-speaking class, but not an English one? What the hell's wrong with you people? I wound up quitting thereafter, so, you know. Thomas says if I'm losing watch hours, I still get monetized. That I don't know. You'll have to ask Tom about that one too. I don't know that much about any of that stuff. Andy says and disease. Well, you know, we didn't have certain diseases here anymore. We had almost beaten tuberculosis, TB. Now it's back. Well, it's been back for a while because of the Mexicans. They also brought over the plague. Seriously, the Black Plague. They still have it in Mexico. It's not real bad here, and it's easily cured now. Back in the day, they couldn't cure it because they didn't have antibiotics, but now we can cure it. They brought that back. And what's the other one where your skin falls off? I can't think of it. They brought that back here too. We'd eliminated that as well. It used to be a long time ago, you couldn't get into this country unless you passed a physical exam. If you had anything contagious or something wrong with you, you can't come here. We're sorry. That's just not going to happen. Now they don't give a damn. Even the COVID was a proof of it. You know. They're telling us to mask up and, you know, do the 6-foot thing and all that. Meanwhile, all the illegals are just crossing over. No masks, no social distancing, none of that shit, you know. It ain't right. But it just goes to show you what it really is, I guess. Anthony says, my daughter-in-law is an 8th grade English teacher in Virginia. Half her students don't speak English. I know, that's so bad. How do you teach people like that? You know? That's what I'm saying. I don't understand why you wouldn't want to learn the language of the country that you intend to reside in. Of course, you know. Now, I don't know. Well, not everybody does this, but I know back in the day it was real common. The Mexicans would come over here legally. They'd get jobs. They made substandard money, but still they thought it was good. 3/4 of their check they would send back to Mexico. What they were doing, they were banking the money. They'd stay here for usually about 5 years. And then they'd go back to Mexico and live like kings because they were rich, even though they were making minimum wage here or even less. You know, we had when the first time I moved to Bonita with my first wife, across the street, across the road from where I lived, there was I can't remember the name of it. It was a hardware store. It wasn't Ace Hardware, it was another one, smaller one. And every Friday, all the illegals would go there and cash their checks because there was a deal with this hardware store. They'd get a percentage, of course, but these Mexicans were bringing checks for $1,000. I'm thinking, how the hell are they making that kind of money? Well, I'll tell you, most of them were tomato pickers. And, you know, most Mexicans have big families, you know, a wife, 5, 6, 7 kids, you never. They would have the whole family out there picking tomatoes because, you know, they didn't observe the child labor laws. So even though they were getting something like, I think they were getting like 18 cents a barrel, or whatever, a batch of tomatoes. They had 8 people bringing them in, so they'd bring in 8 times that, and at the end of the week, $1,000 check, you know. And then 900 of it would go back to Mexico. Where they'd put in the bank where it draw interest, and after 5 years they'd all move back to Mexico. They'd buy a house, they'd have a maid, you know, what the hell? I mean, you can't blame them. For them it's a smart move. For us it's stupidity because they're taking our money out of the country, which is not helping anybody. But that's how it went. Alright, JD, we'll see you later. Have fun. Enjoy your grandson's football game. That'll be cool. Hope he wins. And we'll see you next time. Well, they did some of them, Andy, but a lot of the Chinese built the railroads back in the 1800s, at least out west anyway. And they didn't get paid very well. A lot of them died because we worked them to death, you know. But still, and they were illegals. They were brought here. You know, basically they were unofficial slave labor, which wasn't right, but, you know, that was then. I wasn't around that time, so I had nothing to say about it. Let's see. Derek says, Grandpa, me too. Had 3 paper routes each with 55 papers. 1 route at 10 and over. 150 deliveries at 12 years old. Yeah, you must be making some money. A lot of papers to drop off. I think I only had something like maybe 30 or 40 papers I had to deliver. It was a small route. Said I didn't make a lot of money, but it was okay. Yeah, you might be right about that, Anthony. Digital currency limits you to 2 beer purchases a week. That's so ridiculous, though. I mean, what next, you know? I mean, I don't even drink beer, but that's not the point, you know? If I decide I want to buy a 6-pack, goddamn it, I'm going to do it. You know? And I don't like this digital currency shit anyway. And they're going to try and get it through, but I understand that it could be a couple of years off before they get everything in place. And hopefully Biden will be long gone by then. Let's see. Gerald says 2 of my mother's ancestors were officers in the Continental Army. Cool. Yeah, unfortunately, my ancestors were all from the old world. You know, like you said, Italy, Hungary. And they came at, you know, like you said, early 1900s, and that was it. Uh-oh. Ray says, all storm, hey all, storm took out power an hour and a half ago on a backup battery. We'll catch y'all later. Gotta go and make sure vital power is going where it needs. Alright, well that's cool. Hope your power gets restored soon, Ray. And be safe, and we'll see you next time. Thanks for hanging out, man. That's right. I'm sorry, Scott. I get my names mixed up here. Too many names for me to remember. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to insult you. I'll remember that from here on in. I don't see you very often, so if I'm not constantly on, I'll forget. Thanks for correcting me, though. Thomas says you need 3,000 watch hours to stay monetized. Okay. I'm pretty close to that. What did I say I wasn't? I don't remember now, but I still I need the subscribers. I think I'm up to 419 now. Polio's coming back. That doesn't surprise me. And like I said, it's coming from south of the border. Not necessarily Mexico, but anything below Texas is, you know, they just don't have the same living style that we have, you know, so they're more likely to catch things that we've eradicated. For a while anyway. Hey, Russ Rockino Railroad, how you doing? Good to see you here. Rob said, I had a toilet paper route was a shitty job. You never fail to make us laugh, Rob. I don't know how you do it. John Kerry, well, yeah, I heard that too. Well, yeah, what's his face there? Bill Gates, he bought up half the land anyway, and he's going to shut down the. As I said, they're talking that we're supposed to have a wheat shortage. So that means no bread, no pasta. A lot of stuff that's made from wheat is just going to go away, And then they're trying to blame it on Russia, saying, well, we get all our wheat from the Ukraine. Well, that's bullshit. We always had all the wheat we needed right here. We exported to other countries. We probably still are. And if that's the case, we need to stop. Hey, look, dude, we don't have any extra. We're going to save it for our own people. You're on your own. But like I said, it's all horse shit, They're trying to engineer a famine anyway. That's what it looks like. Tom Grace said, I had a morning paper route up 4 a.m. and papers came out at 4:30. Had 175 houses on my route. I made with tips around 125 a month. Not bad for 10, 11, and 12-year-old. Did that for 3 years. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. That's a hell of a route, man. You have to work your ass off. I worked with a guy who had a motor route, and I think we put out a couple hundred papers. It was one thing I had to get up early in the morning to do. And he had a station wagon. I'd be in the back of the wagon folding papers. Then we get to run, I'd throw them up in the front seat, he'd toss them out. And all I did was fold them and put them in plastic baggies and keep throwing them in the front seat so he had an endless supply of them. We did pretty good. He made crazy money. I don't remember what he paid me. Maybe $25, $30 a week or something. I don't know. It wasn't a lot. But it was. I don't know what he made. He made crazy money. But I wasn't old enough to drive yet, so, Andy says, I've never been monetized. Well, me neither, Andy. Don't feel bad. And by the looks of it, I may not get monetized. I have a feeling I'm going to be migrating over to, the Rumble before that happens. Hey, IANR fans. So sorry I'm late, Jim, and sorry I ditched you for a while. That's not a problem, man. You're always welcome here, and if you're late, that's fine. I won't hold it against you. Life goes on, man. Anyway, I'm glad you're here. Yeah, that's true. You always got bonuses and tips for Christmas. I know I did. But back in the day, we used to give tips to everybody too. I remember we tipped the garbage man. We tipped anybody that we did business with on a regular basis. We'd give them a bonus, $25, $50, whatever it might be, and they don't do that anymore. Rob said, I was monetized until I got married. I hear that, man. Anything you get when you're married is broke. Demonetized. Digital currency is supposed to be approved by Congress, I heard, for whatever that is. Well, yeah, they're going to improve it. I have no doubt about that. But the problem is they don't have the infrastructure ready for it yet. It's not something they can do overnight. They're going to have to do it in phases. It's going to be a real clusterfuck until they get it straightened out. I don't like it. I think it's the worst thing that can happen. Because literally they'll be controlling your money. And they'll be controlling what you buy and what you don't buy. That's might be a problem, Not that I buy anything illegal or anything, but as I said, if they decide they don't want you eating steak 5 times a week, they'll make sure you can't buy it, or beer or whatever. I had some problems with that, man. I think we'll be in civil war before that happens, though, to be honest with you. Derek says, Tom, you had 10 more houses than me, and I had 3 routes of 55 each. Yeah, that's a lot, man. And he said they used to steal my newspaper bundle. That sucked. I said people generally didn't steal from me. I think they were afraid that I'd get even with them. Which I would have, you know. Russ, does anybody remember that supposed diesel shortage that was supposed to happen last year? No, it never did it? Remember there was only like a month's worth of diesel left and then everybody was going to be screwed? What happened to that? Sounds like bullshit, huh? I think they test the waters with a lot of this stuff to see how people react. They probably got a lot of, well, for it would have been a bad thing anyway, because if the truckers stop, everything stops. We all know this. The government knows it too. And ultimately, well, you probably have civil war. I mean, if you can't find stuff to eat, you're going to be wanting to take a part of somebody's ass off, Scott says, does anyone on HO scale 24-inch radius with a 26-inch radius or 28-inch HO scale? I use 28 and 30, actually. I don't have any extra, but... well, the 30 I couldn't find. I used the Flex Track, and I used one of those 30-degree gauges, so I can figure out my 30-degree radius. But everything else, I got the 28 on everything else. And then he said, then I had to wait for circulation to resend the bundle. Yeah, that sucked. Oh, here we go. Rob says, Jim, do you know the difference between a bonus and a pen? You don't have to beg the wife to blow your bonus. Hey, good point. Ah, you're killing me, Rob. You really are. Funny, though. Yeah, I remember the toilet paper shortage, too. And the meat shortage. And the gas shortage. It's all bullshit, There's no shortage of anything. Unless they want there to be. Then there's going to be a shortage. Derek says, anyone that uses digital dollars is fucked. They can make it so you can't buy a gun, ammo, alcohol, whatever they want. They could decide that you shouldn't eat meat and prevent you from... That's what I'm saying. It's going to be a problem, but... I'm telling you, there's too many patriots in this country. We will not put up with this horse shit, It'll get ugly real fast, I think. And I think the only reason it hasn't come out yet is probably because of the possible pushback. That's the only thing I can figure. Like I said, I think they throw these things out there to see how we're going to react. If we don't, bend over and take it, let's do it to them, But if we say something, say, well, this may be that line you don't want to cross, they always tend to back off for some reason. Good smart move on them, right? And Anthony said, yes, Scott got one 26-inch radius curve. Thomas says, my HO curves are 15, 18, 20, 22, and 24. Well, you got the whole gamut there, don't you? A shortage just means higher. That's true, higher prices, absolutely. That's why they do it, mostly. Well, remember when they tried that with the coffee? They raised the price of coffee because there was a supposed shortage, and everybody stopped drinking. I mean, I never drank it, so I didn't care, but everybody who drank coffee, they refused to buy it. Well, that, I think, it only lasted a couple of weeks, and the price dropped right back down where it was, and the shortage went away. They tried to raise the prices based on a bullshit shortage. It didn't work. We need to do that with everything, Rob says, I'm trying to grow a new middle finger for the upcoming mask mandates. There you go. And our fan says, I've seen your 3D printed rail cars lately. They look good. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I do sell them, as a matter of fact. If you're interested, shoot me an email. We'll talk. Derek says, Thomas, where do you use 15-inch radius and what runs on it? Well, your short cars will run on it. If you have anything long, you're going to have some problems, but the short stuff will work all right on it, though. Ryan West, hey, a newcomer. How you doing, Ryan? Good to see you. He said, this got recommended to me somehow. Oh, well, what's up, guys? Can anyone explain what's this all about? Thanks. Well, this is actually a train channel. It's supposed to be anyway. We're supposed to talk about model trains, HO scale, O scale, N scale, and the like. Different techniques, what we do, trade ideas and stuff. But oftentimes we get into politics, sex, all kinds of crap, you know. So it's just, you know, it's kind of an open forum after the train stuff goes. This is called Shortline Thursday. It's on every Thursday night at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. And we just start out talking about train cars. I do a lot of 3D printing. I print 3D train cars in HO scale. Get a lot of different versions of stuff. All homemade stuff here. And we talk about different techniques and different things going on. You see train running in the background. I have my own layout. All the guys on here have their layouts too. And that's pretty much what it's about. And like I said, at some point, somebody will bring up something. And we go off the rails, and who knows where it's going to go. That's about it. Rob says, my favorite curves are 36, 24, and 36 again. I perfectly like 44, 24, and 36. Hey, if you're going to go big or go home. This is what I mean, Ryan. We talk about all kinds of crap here. So if you're faint of heart, this is probably not the right channel for you. But, you know, if you're a man like the rest of us, you'll be fine. Russ says you won't be able to have secret side hustles anymore in a cashless society. I think it will destroy it. Well, of course it will. They will eventually outlaw possession of precious metal. Well, see, that's another thing too. And everybody's pushing gold and silver right now. Now, back in the day, I think it was Hoover, maybe one of the presidents back in the day, he outlawed the possession of gold. The only thing was accepted was your gold wedding ring. Any other gold you weren't allowed to have. You had to turn it in. I don't know if they paid you for it or not, but probably not. At least not much. What makes anybody think that that won't happen now? Because you say, well, if the dollar collapses, you'll have to have precious metals to survive. Says who? And how do you know the government's going to say, well, you know what? Not only is the dollar gone now, but we're going to outlaw gold possession and silver possession. If you have it, you're going to have so much time to turn it in, you know, for probably free, or pennies on the dollar, or you'll go to prison. What are you going to do? You know? I mean, ultimately, I think barter will probably come out and just trade. So if you have something I need and I have something you need, we'll trade out. And you're going to see a lot more of that, you know. The problem with that is, of course, there'll probably be a lot of fighting over it, you know. That bullet ain't worth $5. Well, it is if you want to eat. You know. I mean, you're going to have problems, I guess, to some degree, but, you know, the smart thing to do is to strengthen the dollar, back it with gold, like it originally was, and stop throwing all the damn money away. I give a rat's ass about Ukraine or anybody else on this planet. America needs the money, and until we take care of our own backyard, we need to forget about everybody else's front and backyards. You know, we throw away more money every year, literally hundreds of billions of dollars. That's our money. Money you worked for that the government already steals from you. You know, that's bullshit. It ain't right. So yeah, you're right, Russ. I mean, it's going to devolve really quickly. You watch and see. Terry says, why are you naked? I am 38, 24, 34. Shit. That's about what I am. Oh, no, I think I'm worse than that. Actually, not real big up top, but I got the gut. But I got a small butt, though. You know, small weight. I was talking, speaking about women here, not about men. You know, I'm not interested in men's numbers. Just the women. And he says it's a shit show, and I love it. Yeah, it is. That's true. Russ says, politics, sex, fighting, current events, etc. Ryan. You've been warned. Thomas says, Derek, my one main line is the inside track and need 15 to make it fit. And I have 72-foot passenger cars running on that line. That's not bad. You get a 72-footer on that? You sure it's only 15 degrees? That's damn good, man. I'm surprised, actually. Scott says, what run longer HO scale locomotives with 6 axles and longer freight cars, 50-inch and 60-inch and piggyback trailer? 85 feet, you mean? I'm debating between a 26-inch radius and 28. All I can say, Scott, is go with the biggest you can get away with. You know, if you could do 30, by all means do 30. If you can only do 28, then do 28 or 20, whatever you can get by with on your layout. The biggest you can run with is what you need to do. You'll thank yourself later for it, because that's what happened here. When I had my old layout in Naples, I was running 18 and 22 radius. I couldn't run anything on it, you know. I was having problems like the ES 44. It was constantly derailing on the 18s. They say it run on an 18. They're full of shit because it really didn't, you know. At least not for me anyway. And same thing with longer rail cars. They would have problems as well. So when I came up here, I said, you know, I'm not having anything less than 28 degree radius, and that's it, you know. So I've got 30 on the outside main, 28 on the inside, and I think it's almost 30 on, it hovers between 29 and 30 on the overhead rail. And that's going to be a passenger rail as well. So yeah, not messing around this time. And Rob says, we also talk about diarrhea in airplanes sometimes. God, we gotta let that go, man. That was just killing me. I was laughing so hard. I never laughed that hard forever. Ryan says, it sounds like a sweet time. Those cars are dope. Yeah, well, thanks, man. Cool. Yeah, we have fun here. That's what it's all about, really. And so we're supposed to really talk about trains and stuff, but we also talk about everything else, you know. So, you know, it is what it is. But you're always welcome to hang out with us. You know, hopefully you'll subscribe and show up every Thursday, man. And I tend to run these marathon live streams. I'm only supposed to run for an hour. So in theory, I should be off by 7, but that never happens. 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock is about average for me. You know? And so we start talking about all kinds of other stuff, and it just degrades from there. Yeah, Derek's got a good question. He said, welcome, Ryan. Do you have a train layout or just like music videos? Good questions. Andy says 36, 24, 36. Nice. Yeah, he said I like them bigger than that. Thomas says I had 154, 26, 34. There you go. 54. That's bigger than a double D cup, man. I had one had double D's, but that was it. I don't remember what the measurements were. They were like 46 or something like that, maybe. But yeah, they were fake, but I didn't care. There you go. Anthony says, Dad told me more than a handful is a waste. Yeah, the only guys that say that are the ones that are stuck with small ones. It's true, you know. IANR fans says, I just want to say the stuff we talk about on here. There you go. Russ says 1933. I believe they outlawed. So yeah, it was. I think it was in the 30s. I'm not sure. I don't remember the exact date. Hey, if you think for a minute they won't do it again, I got news for you. Listen, this clown wants to ban beers. You know, limits you to 2 beers a week. You think for a minute he wouldn't outlaw silver and gold? I guarantee he would. You know. The only things you need is ammunition, a good ammunition, you know, supply device, or dispensing device, excuse me, and food and water. If you got those three things, you got everything decked, pretty much, you know. Because then you could use some of that stuff for barter, for trade. And if you're handy, that's also a good thing. But, you know, if the money does go to hell, and it could, look what happened in Venezuela just, 6 months ago? People were eating their animals and eating each other, I guess. That's what I heard. It devolved into cannibalism. They couldn't find food anywhere. The money was worthless. You could have a wheelbarrow full of $100 bills and wasn't worth anything. Couldn't buy anything with it. It could happen here. Hope it doesn't, but it could. And Derek says, Scott, the big cars will run on both, but will look better on larger radius with less. So that's true. That's another thing too. Yeah, it looks better. You know, that's the one problem I got with the O scale. Because I think they use a narrow radius. I can't remember exactly what they use now, but if you have a long passenger car, like say an 89 footer, and you put it on a smaller radius 3-rail track, it just looks so stupid going around the curve. But, you know, unfortunately, if you're O-scale, you probably have very limited room, and you have to deal with it. But fortunately, with HO&N, you can get away with other stuff. Anthony said the same thing. Yeah, Scott, if you can stick with 30-inch radius or larger for those cars, absolutely. The larger your radius, the more realistic it looks, and the less problems you'll have. Trust me. Derek says, Big Jim, that wasn't mine. It was what I like in a woman. My measurements are like a Christmas tree. Yeah, that can be mine too. Maybe not even a Christmas tree. Not a very well cut one, anyway, trimmed one anyway. Hey, everybody's got their own thing, you know. I had a friend. He was intimidated by big tits. He really was. He would not go near a woman if she was like more than a B cup. And one day I said, you know, dude, what's the deal? He said, I don't like them. You know, they're too big. Well, do you not know what to do with them or what? I mean, I don't understand. You know, men would kill for big ones, and you don't want them. That's more for me, I guess. But yeah, but that was his thing, man. He was just, I felt like he was intimidated by it. I don't know. They banned. Oh, that's true. They did ban alcohol. I don't have the highlight thing for it. It says, tune in next week when we discuss diarrhea and jet skis. That wouldn't surprise me, Eddie. You know the funny thing, I heard that story today. I listened to what the hell is his show? I can't remember now. The Health Ranger. I can't remember his name now, but that's his show, Health Ranger. And it's healthranger.com. And he talks about all kinds of weird shit. And he's telling this story, and I'm rolling. I mean, you know, he's just, the way he told it was just so damn funny. And he was serious, you know. He says, no, really, this really happened, you know. And I'm thinking, what the hell, man? You know. Russ says, I have a 16-inch on a branch line on my HO layout. It's for my tanker terminal. Tankers up to 65 feet work fine, but they look toyish rounding the curves. Yeah, that's the problem with the smaller radius. But I mean, hey, if you're happy with it, so you remember it's your railroad. You do whatever the hell you want. You know, your rules. Your railroad. Your rules, man. Corey, say, Corey, how's it going? Good to see you here. Corey says your dad was absolutely right, Anthony. Now, Corey, are you intimidated by the big ones? I have to ask. I'm sorry. Okay. Also, Jim, if you didn't know, IANR stands for Iowa Northern Railway. Okay. I should just call you Iowa for short then. That's easier to say. And IANR is kind of a tongue twister for me. I just start calling you Iowa. How's that sound? You okay with that? That's what I do with some of the long ones. Just shorten it up. Derek wants to know, Corey, was that 2 hands full? Yeah, there you go. Anthony says, yeah, a handful is 36. There you go. If you got big hands, that'd be about right. You know. I was with a flat-chested woman when I was younger. She was real fun. She was a drunk. She was an alcoholic, but she was a fun alcoholic. She didn't get angry or anything. And we just started hanging out together, and she would do anything in the bedroom. She really would. And we were together for a little while, but you know we kind of grew apart because you know she was a pirate's dream. She had a sunken chest. You know what I'm saying? She didn't even need a bra. A training bra would have been too big for her. You know. But she was a pretty girl. She was really fun to be with, but she didn't have anything up top. And you know, I mean it was all right, but you know it just didn't seem right. And I think that's eventually why I moved on. But and she met another guy. She got pregnant by him, and she was sporting 38 C's while she was pregnant. But then after she stopped breastfeeding, they went flat again. Weirdest thing. I'm going, that ain't right, man. Scott says, with utility building size 18 feet and a half long, 9 feet 3 inches wide inside, I have the room for 24 through 30 inch radius, and if I go around inside my Unity building, I go to 38, 39. Wow. Yeah, you got plenty of room there for that. That's not bad. Of course, that's a big thing. You see, my old layout in Naples, my room was 14 by 11, I think. It wasn't very big. And it was so crowded in there. It took up all 4 walls, you know. And I also had a peninsula, so it was... I had a tough time getting through there sometimes because, you know, I'm not small. And I said, you know, the next layout I do is going to be vastly different. And it is. Russ says, I'm very handy myself. Sometimes it is it's never occurs. I mean, we had to be when I was growing up. I didn't have a lot of money. I mean, I did okay for myself, but I wasn't getting rich, you know. And I grew up, my dad liked to do everything himself too, and of course, it ran in my genes, I guess, you know. So my thing was cars, anything, you know, mechanical I was really big into. Then I got into wiring, electronics, and I started building a lot of my own stuff and doing my own thing. And the thing, I trust me. And I don't trust anybody else. That's the problem. You know, quick story, I got a Ford Ranger out there. It's a 2003 Ford Ranger 2-wheel drive. I thought the water pump went bad in it. I mean, it's got the V6 in there. It's really tight in that compartment. After I had the stroke, I can't get on the ground near easily anymore. Let's say I can get on the car, I can't get back up. So anyway, I figured out it looked like it was the water pump was leaking. So I sent it to the shop. The local guy's supposed to be the best. You know, it's going to cost me $450 to put a water pump in it, which I thought was outrageous. But well, that's what they get, you know. So I could afford it. About 4 hours into it, the guy called me back up. He says, I can't get the fan off. What do you mean you can't get the fan off? He says, it won't come off. I says, you know, it just screws on, right? It's a Ford Ranger. They have it's a single bolt, and it's left-hand thread. I said, you know it's left-hand thread, right? He said, yeah. I said, all you gotta do is, you know, tap it with a hammer. You know, put the wrench on it, tap the wrench with a hammer. I should break loose. He says, well, it won't. He says, I've been struggling with this thing for the last 2 hours. He says, I can't get it off. I said, all right, well, what do you want to do? He says, well, we're going to have to renegotiate the price. I said, no, we're not doing that. I said, just put it back together. I'll come get it. I'll fix it myself. I'm a mechanic by trade, you know. I just didn't want to do it. So, it was still drivable. He said it wouldn't hold water very well, but I could drive for a little bit before it run out. So, I got it back to the house. A couple days later, I went out, I bought a new water pump. He told me the fan clutch was bad. I should never listen to him. There was nothing wrong with it. And, yeah, it was those two things were bad. So I bought a new fan clutch, new water pump. Figured I might as well buy a spring, a new belt, you know, serpentine belt. I started taking it apart. I took the radiator out because it's easier to take the radiator out and do it than it is to do it with the radiator in place. So I had about a 12-inch crescent wrench, put it on there, tapped it with a hammer, come right up, spun right. He tried to tell me the threads were galled on it. Well, they weren't galled. There's nothing wrong with it. Come right off. So I started taking the rest off, right? So I go to pull the lower radiator hose off. Of course, there's a clamp on there, so. And I just had him put a lower radiator hose on there like a week earlier. Okay, a new one because the old one's leaking. So I go to put the wrench on the clamp falls off. They never tightened it. And what happened was it was blowing water through the hose, over the water pump, and it looks like it was coming out the weep hole on the bottom. Had me fooled, you know. Well, I was already that far. I said, well, screw it. The truck's got 200,000 miles on it. Might as well put a new pump on it anyway. So I went ahead and I put the new pump on. Well, then it pissed me off is the pulley that goes on the water pump, the idiot put a pair of channel locks on it. Destroyed it. And I think what he tried to do, he was trying to take off the fan backwards, you know, because I said left-hand thread, so if you go to loosen it, you're actually tightening it. And I mean, he just galled all the splines on the. I had to go to Ford, get a new pulley because you couldn't get it in the parts store. That cost me another $40 or some dollars. I was so pissed, you know. And I called the guy and says, you know, I said, I'll never let you touch my vehicle again. Why? Because you fucked it all up, that's why. Well, no, we didn't. Yeah, you did. I says, technically, you owe me a pulley for the water pump. Well, how do you figure? I said, well, because you obviously put a pair of channel locks or vice grips on it and destroyed the ribs on it. I said, I'll bring it to you if you want to see it. I said, I had no problem getting the fan off. Put the wrench on there, tapped it with a hammer, spun right off. I said, I don't think you guys understand left-hand thread. Well, you think you could do better? I said, I told you I was a mechanic, bonehead. You know. So I don't trust people to do anything. So, you know, this is the problem. Let's see what else we got here. Thomas said, Jim, I wish no, you can't have my fucking trade, man. I paid almost $300 for that fucking thing. I ain't giving it away, sorry. Unless I win the lottery, and I don't play, so I'm probably not going to win. But nice try. Scott says, I might start doing videos when start building my HO scale layout from track plan to drawing track lines to cork and laying play. Yeah, that'd be cool. We'd like to see. Always good to see somebody building a new layout. I know I'll watch it. Rob says, Corey, that's all I buy. No regrets here, but I am going to do a bunch of hand laid from now on. The track? I'm kind of leery about doing that. I mean, hey, more power for you guys who do it, but yeah, it looks like a lot of work. Oh no, Gerald, you posted the link? Cool. There's a link to the diarrhea on the Delta story, so Brian, if you want to see it, know what we were talking about, click on this link, man. It'll take you to a funny ass story. And this really happened. And that's all I'm going to tell you. I don't want to give away the whole thing. Check it out, man. You'll enjoy it. Thanks for putting it up, Gerald. Let's see what else we got going here. Russ says, I would rather have a woman with firm breasts, even if they are smaller. I don't know. I like hangers myself. You know. Fun to watch them swinging around. I go smack in the head with them and stuff. Hey, to each his own, right? I mean, you know. There's guys out there like fat women. That's cool, you know. That's what floats your boat. More power to you. So I mean, there's a woman for everybody, they say, and I believe that. Rob said that girl was stacked like a sheet of plywood. Yeah, okay. Oh, Nessa, you still on here? Holy shit! I hope we didn't say anything that would offend you, man. That would suck. I thought you were long gone. I hope you're okay with our conversation. If not, I apologize. Oh, man. That's that there. A carpenter's dream, flat as a board and easily screwed. I haven't heard that one before. Yeah, I heard the pirate one. Sunken chest and something. That was it. Oh, I'm telling you. Rob says can really enjoy nailing something like that. There you go. Oh, you guys are terrible. Russ says, I create my own honeydew list. That is the curse. Oh, yeah, that's true. Well, we all do that, though. I got a ton of shit that I still got to do here. And I've been dragging my ass on it. When I first moved in here, well, there was so much to do that I just literally spent, and I didn't have the shed yet, so I really devoted most of my waking hours to fixing things. It was the stupid stuff. Like, I replaced all the outlets, all the switches to update everything. There was some caulking to be done here and there that, they should have sealed stuff and they didn't. There were drawers that were loose and doors that were misaligned, and the idiots said there a bunch of crackheads were living here before I bought the place, and they kind of tore the place up a little. I mean, I got like $26,000 off the price of the house, but I had to put some money into it, which wasn't that big of a deal. But we had to have a few interior doors replaced. Apparently, they would lock themselves in their rooms and somebody would kick the door in. So, I had to replace doors and the casings, Of course, first thing they was change all the locks, just stupid shit. But it adds up after a while, and before you know it, it's like, so it's about 99 and 5/6 done or something like that. I got a few outlets I still got to change out in there. And one doorknob for the garage door, I didn't update that one yet. And I still got to fix the master bathroom. None of the toilets in there work. There's 3 bathrooms in the main house and 1 in the guest house. All 4 bathrooms were inoperable when I moved in. So I just ripped them out and bought brand new ones, And got that all done. Same thing with faucets. We had to change some faucets. I mean, the people that live there, they just trashed the place, I should have shot them when I had the opportunity. But, that's not too bad. It's just, I find out as I get older, I have less ambition to do this stuff, Because of my physical disability, it makes it tough. I got to change the air conditioning compressor in my car. I haven't had air conditioning in there for like 6 or 7 months now. I don't use it now. I usually use the Ranger, the truck. It's got good air conditioning. But I need to go to Naples twice a year to see doctors. I don't want to drive that truck down there. I don't trust it. Then I'm more comfortable to drive my car. Plus it has cruise control, so it's easier to drive. But without air conditioning, that's going to be an issue. So I'm hoping that sometime either later this month or early next month, I'll get off my ass and change the compressor. I could do it. It's just going to be a pain in the ass because of where they put it, If they'd have put it on top of the engine where it should be, I would have had it fixed a week after it broke. But they put it up underneath the engine. You got to jack up the car, pull the passenger tire off. I'll have to get on my back, obviously, and work underneath there. There's 3 bolts hold the compressor on. 1 bolt that holds both lines on, so they have to be undone. Pull the wire that engages the clutch. Of course, pull the belt off first. Pull that out of there. I'm going to change, of course, I have to change the filter dryer and the orifice tube. But I bought a whole kit, so I got everything I need to swap everything out and just refill it. And I have all the gauges and have a vacuum pump. I have all the shit to do it because I used to do this shit for a living. It's just a pain in the ass, Corey said, Derek, we used to make fun of carpenters, Merciful. It's like, not a good thing, Corey. I mean, there's a lot of good carpenters out there. There's a lot of bad ones, too, but... Yeah, I don't like metal studs either. I've never installed them. I always use 2x4s, but I've worked in places where I've had to replace walls or whatever, and had to deal with the metal studs. What a piece of shit. Whoever came up with that idea was a moron. You know, metal studs. Stupid. Russ said the ones that sweep and clean up and make $35. Yeah, they do make some good money. Some of them do. And like I said, there's good and bad in every trade. You know, I've seen some pretty shitty carpentry work in my day, and I've seen some really good carpentry work too. Me, I'm mediocre. You know, I mean, if I really put my mind to it, I could do an excellent job. But as I get older, I don't really have the patience for it. I just want to slap it together and walk away. I mean, it'll get done right, but I used to be a perfectionist like my dad, and not so much anymore. You know. My dad was a perfectionist till the day he died. Me, I kind of gave up on it after I had the stroke, so to hell with it. Corey says, Russ, if you find me a commercial carpenter or electrician that can use a broom, I'll cure cancer. Yeah, that's true. They're hard to find, especially now. Thomas says, people are idiots. Now, that's true. Most mechanics are dishonest. I ran my shop for 9 years, and I had the best reputation in Southwest Florida. I'm not lying or exaggerating. I had a very large clientele base, and because then people knew I wouldn't rip them off, you know. I always did an honest job, and if I broke something, I paid for it, you know. And it did happen. I dropped a, what was it, a 4 I can't remember what, 3.8 maybe. I was the small V8 they put in the new Cadillacs, the North Star motor. I wouldn't rebuild those, and nobody would, even Cadillac wouldn't. So, yeah, it was a 3600, I think it was, maybe. I don't remember now, but anyway, I bought a remanufactured engine for the guy, right? Well, he paid for it, of course. Put it in. And they don't give you the externals, so you have to take the externals off the old motor. So the oil filter holder, I'm putting it on there, and I over torqued it and snapped the fucker in half. Son of a bitch. Well, it was like $20 to buy a new one. I didn't care. I called the guy and said, look, it's going to be an extra couple of days to get this done because I accidentally broke a part that you're going to need. Don't worry, I'm paying for it. You'll get a brand new part in its place. But I have to order it from the parts store. It won't be here for another day. As soon as I get it, I'll put it in, and Carl will be ready to go. He said, yeah, all right, no problem. And I paid for it, you know, out of pocket. So that's the way it goes. Most mechanics would find a way to not only make you pay for that part, but probably pay for the time it took to get it. You know, there were a lot of dishonest people out there, and it really sucked. But that's not the way I did business. Even any business I was in, I was the second person in Naples to do a mobile tune-up service back when tune-ups were a thing, and I made good money on that. And once again, I never ripped anybody off. So I think that's the trick to it. But the problem today is people are more interested in the money than they are the work that they're doing. It's a shame. Russ says, I am a commercial industrial electrician now. Oh, well, there you go. At least you know what the hell you're doing. Well, I can tell you some stories about this house. I don't know if a real electrician did the wiring here or not. Like I said, I replaced all the switch covers and outlets, updated everything, you know, to the square ones. I like those instead of the old round ones. When I got in the guest house, I pulled the old ones off. They didn't leave no damn extra wire in there. I had to actually push the wire, and I didn't like doing it that way, but I didn't have a choice. Well, actually, I wound up fixing it afterwards. I added wire to it because I had to take a pair of needle nose pliers, grab the wire, and push it in the back of the outlet, you know, to the quick connects. I didn't like doing that, so I had some problems with one of the outlets. I took it out and said, I'm going to add wire to it. So I added another 4 inches of wire onto it, you know, wire nuts. And whoever did that was a complete, utter asshole, you know. You always leave enough wire so you can do 2 or 3 repairs down the road. Even if you never have to do it, the wire should always be there. It's always the way I've done it, you know. It drove me nuts. I said, I wired everything in the shed myself. All the electric in here is all mine. And, you know, all code and actually overcode. You know, I'm kind of funny about that. I want the place burning down on me. But, you know, I know what I'm doing and I'm good at it. I just never did it for a living specifically. But, you know. Corey says, no offense, Russ. There you go. I'm sure none taken. Derek says, find a thin woman with a great ass and buy her breast. There you go. That's one way to do it. You know, the problem is a good set of tits costs the money, you know. You guys ever see that? She's from China. I can't remember what name she goes by. She's on YouTube. And she has the largest implants you can get, at least in Asia. And this is a Chinese girl. She's pretty. She's small. But she's got these humongous tits. The biggest ones they make. Now, they don't go by cup size over there or inches. They go by millimeters. Or centimeters or something. And I don't understand the size. But they're big. You know. And she does, she tests stuff, like, you know, on her show. She'll test computers, printers, cameras, tripods, selfie stick, all kinds of shit. I can't remember her name. You'd find her if you look for her. Just type in big. I don't know. But Missy says, never offended. I have a twisted sense of humor. Well, if you're going to be on with the rest of us, you have to have one. My sense of humor has always been twisted. I was born that way, I think. Fortunately, I've never run into anybody that was really offended by anything I've ever said or people that I've been with. I mean, even at work, you know, they always talk about sexual harassment at work. I've never directly made any advances to any of my coworkers or underlings or whatever, but I worked with other people that did. And like when I worked at the ice plant, we had a secretary there. She was funny. I don't remember her name now. It was a long time ago. But she had a bathroom thing where she would not sit on the toilet. She had her own restroom. She was the only woman in the whole place. She had her own bathroom. And she would stand on the seat or squat on the seat, I guess, when, you know, on her feet to take a dump or pee or whatever. She would not sit on the seat. And she's telling us this. And I'm going, TMI. You know, we really don't need to know it. And it just evolved from there, you know. I mean, it was weird, but what are you going to do? Iowa says there's a video of my layout on my channel. I'm going to check your channel out. I don't even know if I'm subscribed to you. But if I'm not, I'm going to be. Okay, as a matter of fact, let me do something real quick here. Where did you go? I have a feeling that this thing quit again, probably did. Alright, well I'll find your channel, I'll subscribe to you. In case I'm not. I think I am, but I don't know. Rob says, Derek Alexander, find one like that and has her own money, convince her to make an investment. There you go. Yeah, because, you know, a good pair, I think it's like $5,000 or $7,000. Maybe more, I don't know. It's been a while. I said I dated a woman, she had implants in, and she was sporting, I think she was like 40, I think it's 45 or 46, double D. She was big, you know. But I don't know if she got her insurance to pay for it or part of it or something, because she had something, she didn't have cancer, but something else. And they had to do a partial mastectomy on her, so she got the implants put in, and I guess paid the extra for the larger size. I don't know. She passed, unfortunately, a few years ago, but Corey says, Russ, the best quote I ever heard was from an electrician, though. He said, I'm an electrician, not a magician. There you go. I tell people, I'm a mechanic, not a psychic. I don't know when your car's going to break, but when it does, I'll be able to fix it, you know. I worked at the first golf course I worked in, the head boss of the whole golf course, calls my boss, and my boss, he says, go down there and he's got a bad power window in his car. He says, you want to go? He had a Lincoln. I said, all right, no problem. So I went and got the keys to the car, brought the car back to the shop. Yeah, the window was definitely, the motor was fried in it. So I called up, Lincoln Mercury Ford and said, you have a motor for this car? He said, oh yeah, so I'll be down to get it. So I go down, I get it, I put it in, everything's working great. I bring the car back. And I didn't see the guy, so I just handed the keys to the secretary. Said, well, the car's all fixed, it's good to go. So the next day, he's complaining to my boss because, part of my responsibility was not just to handle all the lawn equipment for the golf course, but also the uppers cars and vehicles. So he's complaining to me. He said, well, your mechanic should have known and been able to fix it before it broke. So my boss said, he comes, he said, yeah, he wasn't real too happy. I said, what do you mean? He says, well, he thinks you should have been able to fix it before it broke. Oh, really? Okay, well, I'll be right back. Where are you going? I said, I'm going to have a talk with him. Well, what are you going to do? I said, don't worry about it. I got it covered. So I get on my golf cart to shoot up there. He happened to be there, so I knock on the door. I said, sir? I says, you see this shirt? What does it say on this? He says, excuse me? I says, simple question. What does it say on this shirt? It says my name. Says mechanic. Doesn't say fucking psychic, does it? I said, I don't know when your fucking car is going to break, but when it does, I'll fix it. And you damn well better be happy with it. Otherwise, you can find some other asshole to fix your car. And I turned around and walked out. I go back to the shop. I guess he must have called my boss, right? So my boss called me and he said, what the hell did you do? I said, I just told the son of a bitch what I thought. I says, I did a nice job. I got it done quickly. I put him on a priority list. I says, I don't know anything that's going to happen to anybody's vehicle, not even my own, until it breaks. I said, like I told him. What does it say on the shirt? It says mechanic. Doesn't say psychic. I never had any more problems with him after that. He was real nice to me. He was an Italian too, but he was kind of a dick, But the way it goes. Let's see. Russ says, none taken, Corey. If it's a bid job, I sweep. If it's time and materials, not so much. Nobody wants to pay $150 an hour to have a guy sweep. Makes more sense for a laborer. Well, that's true. I never really ran it. When I was doing the handyman stuff, I always cleaned up after myself. And I did a little bit. I did electrician, plumbing, carpentry, light carpentry, some concrete work, tile laying, and I did just everything but roofing. I wouldn't touch a roof. Something about roofs I just don't like. I'm not good at it. But everything else it took care of, And I always cleaned up after myself. When I left the house, it was cleaner than when I got there usually, from the area that I worked in. That's just the way I did things. Corey says, LOL, Derek, I would bust some balls, but most of them pretty good guys. Take my share of abuse. Oh, of course. That's just part of the deal, I guess. DB Tech, hey, how's it going? He says, I was busy making some seafood salad for tomorrow. Oh, man, where's your steak? I guess whatever floats your boat, right? Let's see. Rob says, as an electrician, most mistakes I have to fix outside of my trade is almost always plumbers. Yeah, I got my grief with everybody, to be honest with you. When I lived back home in Naples, I was a young boy at the time, well, a young man, and we had just moved out. When we moved down in 69, 70, maybe it was 71, I don't remember. My dad decided to add on to the house because our house was really small. It was like 900 square foot, very tiny. And there were four of us, actually five of us, me, my younger brother and younger sister, my dad and my mom. So my mom kind of convinced them into making the house bigger for more rooms. So we built the back section. We added another 1,000 feet on the house, actually 1,100 foot. Because when we got through, the house was 2,037 square foot. Well, my dad let me do a lot of stuff. I was young. I think I was like 12 years old, somewhere around there. But I was already doing a lot of stuff. He let me do all the plumbing. I did some of the bricklaying because it was all concrete. He helped me with it, of course, but we worked together on it. We did pay somebody to do the truss work for the roof. He laid the plywood down and the shingles. I didn't want nothing to do with that. But I wanted to do the electric, and he wouldn't let me. He says, well, he said, we should get an expert for that. I said, all right. So his cousin, who happened to live in Fort Myers, next town over, happened to be an electrician by trade, even though now he owns a little diner. So he calls his cousin up, and he says, you know, what would you charge me to put the electric in? So they worked out a deal. I don't know how much it was, but this guy, it was okay, but it wasn't right. It certainly probably wasn't code, you know. And we had the big living room, a massive master bedroom, a pretty big master bathroom, and a small kitchen in the back half of the house. Now, the living room was actually a playroom. We actually put a full-size pool table in there at one point, and the kitchen was originally a wet bar. So he didn't have to wire any 220 in the back because we didn't have anything that ran on 220, but he ran on 110. Well, we had limited room in the breaker box that was in the main house, but still you can get the double breakers, and that's how you make up for it. Well, he had the whole back running on 3 breakers. So what happened was we took the wet bar out and put a small kitchenette in there because my parents split up by this point, shortly thereafter. And my dad decided to live in the back and rent out the front. So he put a kitchenette in the back. And of course, I ran the wiring for the stove. No, I take that back. His cousin did. And he had used aluminum wire, which 5 years later fried. I wound up running new copper wire through. That cost a small fortune. But he had done his outside, run it in a conduit to the back of the house and then into the kitchenette where the stove was. Which was fine, except for we couldn't pull the wire through and most of it was underneath concrete by now. So I told my dad, I said, look, I'm just going to run it up through the attic, you know. I'll come off the breaker box, go up in the attic, and drop it down the wall, you know, put it wherever it is. He said, yeah, go ahead and do what you got to do. I'm much older now, so he trusted me to do it. So I ran new wiring for that. I eventually I had to split some of the electric up because if you ran the toaster, or sometimes even if the refrigerator kicked on, and you had the light in the fork fan in the bathroom going, it would pop the breaker. It was too much for a 15 amp breaker. So we didn't run big wired. I think he had only, what was it, 14 or, I don't know, the smaller wire. I can't remember which it is. It's code, sort of, but I don't like running. I run the next size up. I think I run 12, and I think it's 14 in there. I didn't want to rewire the place, so what I did is I split the wiring. So that was a job, but I got it done. That eliminated that problem. I had that problem. I wound up adding like 4 breakers to the back of the house to make it right. So here was a certified electrician, did a shit job, you know. Whatever my dad paid him was too much, you know. And I see so much of that these days. Like I said, when I was doing the handyman work, I was doing a lot of electrical stuff, you know, repairs here and there, and putting in what do you call them things, the safety outlets there for the bathrooms. Can't remember what they're called, but putting those in. And some of the work I say is like, how did they get away with this? How did it pass inspection? You know, I don't get it. It's bullshit. It really is. But that's the way they do things. All right, Andy, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out with us, and we'll see you next week. And have a good weekend, and be careful, man. And watch out for the big C, and I don't mean cancer. Andy says, gotta get my onesie on. I'm not touching that one, Andy. Anyway, have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out. Derek says, a little while ago, but switched to something else with a pension for 35 years. There you go. I wish I'd have done that, to be honest with you. I wish I'd have became a postal worker. I have two friends that were postal workers, and they both retired after, I think, 20 or 25 years, I don't remember. $4,000 a month for the rest of their lives. Pretty much the same money they were getting when they were actually working. If I'd have known that, I would have said screw everything else and went to work for the post office. I had no idea that they paid like that, man. Good for them, not so good for the rest of us, but hey, you know. The rest of the concrete guys are the ones that irritate me the most. After doing slab work, electrical, always conduit damage. Seems drywallers are probably the second worst to work around. That's true. Been there, done that. Yeah, exactly, Gerald. 6 inches of wire past the front edge of the box. That's the way I've always done it, you know. At the very minimum. And most of the outlets here, you're lucky you got 2 or 3 inches. Some of them don't even have that. And I'm thinking, what the fuck were they didn't want to, you know. I mean, this stuff here, I've got, I think, 6 to 8 inches past the front edge of each box. There's plenty of room there in case I have to make changes or additions or anything else. That's the way I do it, you know. So, like I said, I don't know who did the work here. I'm assuming it was an electrician, but who knows? Yeah. And I think the same electrician that did this house did Tom's house on the other side of town, because he said he had some issues that he had to resolve too with his electrical, and he says it was a mess, you know. It's just, what are you gonna do? Rob says, I repair commercial kitchens and the floor drains are often above the level of the floor. Water don't drain well uphill. That's true. I've seen that too, by the way. I did one. I did a bathroom where there was a drain in there. I had to lower the drain because it really didn't work that well, and that was one of the complaints. The guy said, you know, because it was a full bathroom, and they just wanted to go in there and blast it with water every now and then. He says, if we don't mop it up, the water will sit in there forever. I said, well, yeah, but it drains up too high. I see a lot of stuff, man. Hey, I've done my share of plumbing, electrical, you name it. And I enjoyed it. I made good money. But I was also very conscientious about my work. I know most of you guys in my age group are the same way. Today, not so much. You know, the younger people, they just don't care. Give me the money, fuck you, and the rest of it, you know. Corey said, Derek, when they pushed my pension back 7 to 10 years and took a concession on the wage, I jumped ship after 15 years and switched to utility. I don't blame you. Derek says, Rob, stop applying common sense. Well, you gotta use common sense. I mean, we may be the last generation that has it. At least it looks that way anyway, doesn't it? Oh, man. Anthony says Iowa has a nicely detailed 4x6 or 4x8. I'll have to check him out. I definitely am going to check him out. Corey says, I like a woman with a hip implant. That way when she dies, I can use it for a gear. I'm not even touching that one. That's funny, though. Look what you're doing to poor Nissy. This is Corey. I can't drink my frosty beverage without choking from laughing. Oh, man. That's terrible. That's funny, though. Well, at least he apologized, Nissy. Bad. Gerald said, Iowa gave you 3 new subs. Oh, yeah, that's right. Cool. Thank you, Gerald. I appreciate it. I said, I'm going to double check after the show's over. I will sub to your channel if I'm not already. Every now and then I do miss one, but I'll sub. Don't worry. Hey, DB Tech says, hey, Nissy J, I saw some beef jerky at the beer store and thought of you, was going to buy some, but it was Jack's Links. Well, beer toes is the good stuff. I'll take your word for it, Davey. I have no idea. Yeah, me too, Gerald. I'm on a seafood diet. I see it, I eat it. I hear you. I wish I was. I want to be. But now I have to really watch my weight. Sucks. Nissy says, hey, David, Oberto's is the best. I don't think I've ever had Oberto's. I've had the Jack Links. It's okay. I'll have to try the Oberto's the next time I think about it. Russ said, did you hear that Tucker interviewed Obama's gay lover? Yeah, I did read about that. I wonder if that person will meet their demise in the near future. Yeah, probably. I'm surprised he's not dead already. And are we really surprised about any of that? I mean, we all knew it anyway. We know, Michael's a man. I can't say any more about it. I'll probably get in trouble on YouTube, but you know what I'm thinking. Russ says, I'm on that same diet, Gerald. Yeah, I bet you are. I think we all are or want to be. Rob says, Russ, he will be taking the room temperature challenge soon. I'm sure. Is that Tom? 14.2, 12.2 is better. 14, that's right. Yeah, I think I use 12. Because most people use 14. And I like a little bit thicker because I generally use 20 amp breakers instead of the 15s. And you should have the thicker wire for that, and I've never had any issues. Yeah, Rob said the same thing. 14 is good for 15 amps. 12 is good for 20 amps. So, like I said, I tend to use the bigger stuff because I trust it more. And I don't like fires. Yeah, I used to do the same thing. With people, I had one house I worked at. She had all aluminum wiring in the house. It was at that point in time when they were using the aluminum, lots of failures. Because what happens to the aluminum is it gets loose in the outlets, it gets loose on the switches, it gets loose in the breaker panel, and you can tighten it up, but eventually it's going to say, right, so I would rip it out and replace it with copper. And it wasn't cheap, but it solved the problem. And I always use 12. I didn't use 14. I figured, I know how I run things, and people that'll plug 40 different things to the same outlet. I don't do that, but the other people would. And I don't need their house burning down because I didn't think ahead and put heavier wire in. So. Russ says, I pissed a couple of plumbers off when I was an apprentice. Hit a couple stink pipes with my auger. Oh, man. I bet you that did piss them off, too. That's it, Gerald. GFC, I couldn't remember. That's the breaker outlets. Ground fault interrupters. Ground fault current interrupter, I believe is what it is. RF receptacles. Never heard them called that, but could be. I know the GFCI is what I usually use. I installed a lot of those things because it's code now. Even in my house, didn't have them, and I put them in the kitchen and the bathrooms. It's a smart move, I guess. I don't like getting electrocuted either, so. They're on thick pipes. That's what they're called, man. What should you use for a bedroom, 15 or 20 amp? I would use 20, but you can actually get by with 15, depending on what you're going to put in there and how big the bedroom is and how many outlets you have and how much you're going to be using. That's what you really have to look at, All right, Anthony, go ahead and get your beauty rest. I don't really think you need it, but hey, what do I know, right? Anyway, thanks for hanging out with us, and have a good weekend, and we'll see you next week. Hey, Rob says I only wire all my circuits for 20 amp, but that's just me. Yeah, you're like me, Rob. I overkill everything. Shouldn't need much power for bedroom. Well, you wouldn't think. But nowadays, a lot of people put TVs in their bedroom. If you have one of those portable heaters, that's something to consider. You know, it depends what you're going to put in there. If you're just going to have an overhead light and maybe a ceiling fan and a couple outlets with an alarm clock in it, might as well go for the 15 amp. But like I said, I'm like Rob. I'll go overkill. I just do everything, and even in here, it takes 20 amp. You know, don't need it, but I got it anyway. Yeah, so he's saying the same thing I did. So we think alike there, Rob. Russ says all those that voted for Biden don't have common sense. None of us know what that real number is. Well, of course, you know, we actually do know, but you know, can't talk about it here too much. But it's all bullshit. And they're gonna try it again. Why do you think this whole mask and, you know, they're gonna try and do? It worked the first time. Why not try it again? Except that it won't work this time because most people are saying right here, you know. You can't blame them. I won't wear one. I didn't wear one the first time. I wore my stupid bandana in the doctor's office because I didn't have a choice. And it was so stupid. I went to one doctor, the kidney doctor. He said, "I'm going to look down your throat." I says, "All right. We're going to have to pull your mask down." I says, "All right." So he's right here in my face with a tongue depressor and a flashlight looking at. I said, "You realize that if I had to see, you got it now, right?" He says, "I'm not really worried." I said, "Well, exactly, because you know it's bullshit. So why are you making me wear this stupid face diaper, you know?" Then after that, I didn't have to wear one in there anymore, because he just proved right there it was worthless, and it would have been, you know. I don't know. Gerald says, "I wish I'd learned IT. My son just retired. He turns 47 years old this month. His retirement check is $15,000 a month. Damn, I wish I'd done that too. Motherfucker. That's a lot. Oh, $17,000 a month. That's even better. Hell, that's a lot of cash, man. He'll be set for a while." Not always, Rob. They are at the moment, but you know, now that you said it, they'll probably screw up. Sometimes they do well, and then sometimes they'll have a derailment or an upcoupling. Mostly on the outer track, so the inner track works fine. I never had problems with that, but and it's right here at the tip up. And like I said, I've got some contraction going on there, and I'm going to have to respace that track, you know, bring it closer together. Corey says, "Well, power just went out, so I'm going to lose connection soon. See y'all soon." All right, Corey, thanks for hanging out. Be safe and hope your power gets on or stays on. And we'll see you next time, man. Have a good weekend. Charles says, "Jim, you need to oil your hamster's wheel. It gets annoying." What do you hear? I hear that squeak too, but I don't know what it is. It could be crickets outside. I don't know. I hear it, but I don't know what it is. It does get annoying. I tend to tune it out after a while. Sorry about that. We're going to be wrapping up here pretty soon anyway. It's almost 10 o'clock. Wait a minute. Derek says, "Usually ceiling lights and stuff for 14 gauge, 15 amp. Outlets for 12 gauge and 20 amps in case two idiots plug in and use two blow dryers at the same time. The window AC unit kicks on." That's true. That's why I said you have to look at all those things, you know. That's why I tend to go with the higher numbers. So, Rob says, "Another thing about those electric radiator style heaters, they have 600, 950 watt, 1500 watt settings. I never use 1500 watt setting. It will burn up outlets over time. Use 900. Yeah, that makes sense. I've got one of those things. I think the wattage is variable on that. We have yet to use it. A friend gave it to me. It's a beautiful unit. We really don't need it. I mean, I have a fireplace, so if things get too cold, I fire up the fireplace, you know. Save money on it rather than use the electric heat. All right, Iowa. I hear you. It's about 9 o'clock your time, and head off to see you. Have a good night's sleep. All right. Well, thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you next time, Iowa. And like I said, I'll check out your site sometime today or tomorrow, and I'll get subbed to you if I'm not already. In the meantime, have a good weekend, and we'll see you next time. Hey, Ray's back. He said the power's back on, and I come into this crazy combo. 15 amp is all good for the bedroom until you turn on the vibrator. There you go. I'm not touching that one either. Unless you got one of the heavy duty ones, you know. The two-handed one. Never had one, but I've seen them before. Oh no. Derek says, what do you call a prostitute with braces? I can't wait to hear the answer to that one. You better answer that before you take off. Ray says, I always run 12 gauge, easier to run 15 through a 20. That's true. Gerald says, the noise gets louder when your outside rail train goes by. Really? Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. I guess the mic's picking it up. I don't know. Unusual. I hear something, but I don't know what it is. All right, Rob, we'll see you later, man. We definitely had fun. We'll see you next time. Have a good weekend, and we'll see you next week. Russ says, I used to do 12 on everything until I became an electrician. 14 on 15 amp breaker is fine. 14 is much easier to work with and costs less. That's true, it does. Extensive use of LED lighting these days. Well, that's true, too. And I'm using LED lights in everything, too. Like I said, most of the wiring in my house, I think, is 14. And here it's all 12. Because like I said, when I do something, I will go bigger. But whenever I replace wiring, whatever, I'll usually go the next one up. So I usually replace with 12. Just a habit of mine. Derek says, a Black & Decker Pecker record. Do I even want to think about that? Probably not. Hey, CSX Bob, how you doing? So I need to add plugs to my basement and the box is full. Use the doubles. They have the 2-in-1 breakers, so you got two separate circuits. They're 110. They make them in 222, but you won't be using that. But they're doubles on a single breaker. You get a double 10 or double 20. Double 15, I don't know what they go up to. I had to do that in my box back in Naples because I ran out of room. So I think I did that here too, because when I added the tankless heaters, both heaters are dual breaker, and they're 220. So I had to put 2 extra breakers in, which means I had to free up 4 spaces. So I went ahead and swapped out some of the 110s that were single and put doubles in their place. Works fine. And it's safe to do, and it's code. You can do it. You think, Gerald? I don't know. It's probably due for it. It's been a while. I'll work on that sometime this week. Thank you for that advice. Stop the train and see if the noise stops. Good idea. Did it stop? If it didn't, then it's something else. But if it did, we'll see. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Derek. You call them mini breakers. I just call them 2-in-1s, but same thing. Russ says 20 amp dedicated circuits for space heaters and other special. That's true. You should do that. Definitely. Derek says, well, Russ, yes, if you run a dehumidifier, it should be a home run separate. So that's true, it should. Tom Grass says, or you can run a sub panel if you need to add more breakers. That's true too, and I did that in Naples, because after a while I ran out of room, period, and I put a sub panel in next to it for mostly stuff in the laundry room, for the dryer, for the washer, and some on one and the water heater, because that ate up 3 breakers. So I didn't have a choice. It stopped. Well, there we go. It's the train. Hey, I got a good microphone, man. Picks that stuff up, you know. All right, well, listen, guys. It's after 10 o'clock, and I don't want to be here. I'm here all night, even though I've been here most of the night already. How's the printer doing? Is this stuff done, any of it? Oh, yeah. Hope my prints are done. What do you know? Now, what we got going on there? Well, that messed up a little bit. Here's the diner interior. That came out pretty good, actually. I'll assemble that tomorrow. And the other one did the same thing. I thought that was the floor that I did. Apparently not. My mistake. Anyway, guys, I'm going to wrap up, and I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me. We had fun as usual. Well, actually, the earbud's supposed to be good for 11 hours. Now, I had to plug in the power to the Bluetooth transmitter because it went dead. It only held up for 2 hours. So, now I know what I got to do with that. You plug it in, it's powered, so it's fine. But, yeah, it doesn't last as long as this does. So, yeah, they worked out pretty good. And anyway, so, we'll see you guys next week. As always, we had fun, and thanks for hanging out. And I'd run the list, but I don't feel like it. You guys know when the next shows are. I'm sure I'll see you at one of them. So until then, we'll see you. Here's the outro, man. Still working on all these things here. Desktop audio 2. Outro. Well, I don't know if I got music or not. I don't care at this point, but alright, guys. Good night, everybody. Good night, Gerald. Good night, Tom. Good night, Derek. Good night, Ray. Good night, Russ. Good night, Nissy, if you're still hanging out there. See who else. Good night, Russ. I think that covered. Good night, DV Tech. Good night, Bob. I think I covered everybody, maybe. Alright, guys, have a good one. Yeah, I killed the sound. I don't know what happened. I'm not getting anything on. I don't know why. Every now and then this thing screws up. I don't get it. Everything's set right. I just don't know. That's very weird. Try something here. Nope, it's not going. I don't know why. Well, it'll be something for you to mess with throughout the week. Hey, good night, Papa John. Alright, guys. I ain't gonna worry about it. It is what it is. Yeah, the mic still works. And I can even put me up there. Look, here I am, yay! But no fucking sound. I got something wrong there. I'll figure it out later, but anyway. We'll see y'all later, man. Let me turn that back off.